Feeling your side.
King Chaka ENT. Y'all can check out the music on Spotify. I want to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Get organized. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Si se puede. The name, Happy Mother's Day. All the mothers out there, you know, all the grandmothers, all the stepmothers. Happy Mother's Day. Hopefully you spend time with the family this week. Hopefully you give some thanks to your mom. You know. How y'all feeling? Y'all feel good? It's good to feel good. You know, it's a lot going on in the world. How we process it and how we deal with it is what matters. You know, and if you only person crazy enough to change the world is the person who's crazy enough to think they could change the world. You know, you don't really have to do any effort, just existence. Your existence is the resistance, you know. You just being alive changes the world. It wouldn't be the same without you. We need you here. Not only that, we need you to be aware of what's going on. We need you to tap into the global, you know, energies, you know, that the human mind projects. We need to avoid dissonance, you know, and strive for harmony, you know. No matter where you are in the world, the few or the powers that be, they benefit from you fighting with your neighbor, you know, the others, creating others, you know. When we band together, then the power really is with the people, and they can't stop that, and they know it. You know, it's just you that don't know it. You don't know that you have power, and they want you to think that you don't, that everything is impossible and there's nothing that you can do to change it. But you don't have to see the effects of what you do. You know, what they say in the Bible, they don't know what they do. You know, it goes both ways. It goes both ways for good and bad. But if you feel good about what you do, then that's what matters. And there is the impact that happens when you look out for your neighbor, when y'all work together, when y'all can agree to disagree, you know, when you're sharing, when you're altruistic, you know. Love I think love is the fifth element. You know, I think it's more powerful than anything in the universe, but it's very subtle, and that's the way it works. Um, Great power is subtle. You know, weak power is loud and boisterous, and you know, it seems like it's impactful, but it's only momentarily. The power that lasts, the great power, it's subtle and it's spread out. Embrace that. You know, love each other, love thy neighbor, help each other, you know, find common ground and bind with others so that we can build a beautiful future for our children and our children's children and our children's children's children. The human race is exceptional, you know, and we want it to continue, right? You know, species go extinct all the time. It happens all the time, you know. And if you think that it can't happen to us, then you're kidding yourself. Anyways, I feel better today. I really apologize for yesterday's show. I'm bright and early. I'm aware. I got to take a nap. So I'm looking to have a good show today. Hopefully we can get the guys in here. I'm gonna just randomly do this stuff. Oh wait, it's something I've been wanting to do for a while. Let me see if I can find it. I'm not sure if I covered it previously, but even if I did, I want to cover it again. But I really don't think I did. I you know, I always have plans, and things tend to not go the way I planned them a lot of times. You know, it's a live show, so you know, it's it looks easier than it is. I'll say that. Let me play this. Maybe I'll wait. Hold on. I'm thinking way too much. Let's slow down a little bit. Let's slow down a little bit and kind of ease into this thing. Let's ease into this thing and allow the guys to get in here. Uh-oh. Because I kind of want someone to be here when I do this one here that I have. So let's see this right here. What is this? It says the history that we don't know. This thing about the electric cars. There's a reason why we have these gas cars and why our cities are built the way that they're built. You know, the thing is, capitalism, what a lot of people tend to worship, you know, it's all about profit. It's all about profit over people. So, you know, as the human race is we're being held back by capitalism, I would say, in its present form. It's keeping us from progress, because you got the people who want to make a whole bunch of money, and they, you know, they don't care about the progress of technology or the progress of humans. They just want to keep on making money as long as they can. And a lot of the stuff really doesn't make any sense at all. But we don't realize it because, you know, they control the media, they control everything that we see, they influence the schools, and it keeps us from being able to think clearly about things, you know, and they lie.
and classy. And they were yet constantly innovating with their compressed air vehicles as well. And once the controllers took over and established their monopolies, their oil companies, just like the architecture that lost its beauty and grace, so too the roads. And remember, friends, our history is nothing more than a set of lies agreed upon. This was a time long before oil, where electric was the preferred, complete with the mercury charging stations. This was clearly a time before controlled innovation. Affordable and efficient, stylish and classy. And they were yet constantly innovating with their compressed air vehicles as well. And once the controllers took over and established their monopolies, their oil companies, just like the architecture that lost its beauty and grace, so too the roads.
So this guy's talking about kind of like the history of electric, and I bet that a lot of you guys didn't know that a long time ago we had, look, this was German electric bus in 1889 or 1898. We had electric vehicles way back then. So the thing is, like, the reason, the main pushback on the like electric vehicles, one of the main pushbacks is the infrastructure and not having charging stations and so forth and so on. But this is this way by design, there's no reason why we shouldn't have infrastructure that supports these, um, and, but they don't make as much money, you know, um, when they create efficient things, things that have like unlimited energy, like, infinite energy, like, they want to us to focus on these finite resources. Then that way they can charge us, they can justify charging us all of these sums of money, you know, to use those resources, but if we knew that it was infinite resources, then they wouldn't be able to justify charging us so much for all of these different things that we use. You know, it's really a mind screw. You create scarcity, and that's how you make lots and lots and lots of money. You know, and like I said, as a result of this, it holds us back. It keeps us from real competition. It keeps us from real innovation. It keeps us from growing. It keeps us from having the technologies that we should have. I mentioned before in another show how, like, that show The Jetsons, it was a cartoon way back in the day, and it was supposed to be set in the future. And we had flying cars. We had all this really cool stuff in the cartoon, and that was set in present day world. And we don't have like any of that stuff, you know. And when they made that cartoon, it was during a time where um, technology was like growing and changing really quickly. Everything was changing fast, so then they had the imagination that if we stayed on this route of innovation, change, and growth, that this is what the future would look like. But we got stagnated. We ended up in arrested development, and we're in a state of arrested development because we are held hostage by these conglomerates, these monopolies. They just want to continue to make money, and they don't care. They want their children to continue to make money, great grandchildren. You can't really blame them, but you have to have systems in place to keep from these monopolies being able to monopolize the world and hold us stagnant. Because the most important thing is the progression of the human race. Things can be so much better, and that's what I scream about all the time. And then when people want to call me a leftist, that's fine, I'll take that. But I like progressive better. And it's okay to be conservative, especially economically conservative, because I'm very sensitive to that. But shouldn't we be progressive? Shouldn't everyone be progressive, right? Even if you're a conservative, shouldn't you be progressive, meaning that you want things to improve and to continue to improve? You know, that things can be a lot better than they are, and we should be striving in that direction and doing whatever we can to get things to go that way instead of always making excuses to reasons why we can't, you know. And I was trying to make the point in the other show about the May Day celebration and how, like, you know, the 40-hour work week and the weekend was a crazy leftist idea, you know. We still wouldn't have that today if it wasn't for those crazy leftists back in the days who said that we should have 40-day work week and we should have weekends off, you know, 2 days off in a row, you know. And it's a lot of things that are in the world today as a result of those crazy leftists. Those people who don't want things to progress. They want things to stay the same. They want to support the status quo. You know, those people are they don't want anything to ever change. You know, they're afraid that, you know, they're in their comfort zone. You know, they and a lot of times it has to do with these corporations where, you know, if things change up too much, then their business model is going to change. Like they can't continue to make money in the way that they want, or they'll have competition that they don't want to have. Anyways, what's up, Deuce? How you feeling, man?
Oh shit, pretty good, bro. Pretty good. How about yourself?
I can't complain.
Yeah, man. Had a little incident today. Burnt my dang on hand up, man.
What happened?
I was starting the pit, and somehow when I started the pit, I had the bottom vent open. You know how you had a vent, the little flap
Air
where you put
intake.
your yeah, where you
Yeah.
put your charcoal in that, and man, it flamed out, dude, and caught my hand, and I had to go to UTMB John Seeley burn unit, bro, and they had to scrub all that dead skin out. You talk about excruciating fucking pain.
Damn. So it was a really bad burn.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. My hand is all wrapped up in burn gauze and shit.
Damn, man, that's fucked up. How's that gonna affect work?
Uh well, they really don't want me to work or do anything until I go back and see them on Thursday.
So well, I guess it's a good and bad thing because now you get a little vacation.
Yeah, yeah.
They, they gotta pay you, right?
Nah, it didn't happen at work. It happened at the house. So nah.
Damn. Well, you need a vacation anyways.
Yeah, 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 man. You talk about, bro. I've never felt any pain in my life that felt like this, bro. It was like nothing I did until they put my hand in a bucket of cold water. Yeah.
That sucks, man. I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh yeah. Ain't no thing. We'll get through it.
Yeah, gotta
he
be
tried to
careful.
he tried to start one of them Richard Pryor files. Or no, one of them Eddie Murphy when his uncle said to start the barbecue. Now that's a file.
Yeah, he was trying to
Yeah.
cook the whole cow or the whole pig or something.
Yeah, man. I tell you what. At first, when it hit me, I was just like, I felt my hand a little bit, but it didn't really bother me. But I was trying to hurry up, get up to my apartment to change my shorts because my shorts kind of got hit by the flame, so I had a hole in it. You can see my thigh, and man, by the time I start walking up the steps, I start feeling that burning sensation. I'm like, fuck,
Hmm.
yeah,
Yeah, man, I'm sorry to hear that, bro.
oh yeah, it's
Yeah.
cool. It could have been worse, man.
Public service announcement. So, what did you do wrong so the people out there can know so they can not do that?
To be honest with you, man, I don't. To be honest with you, I don't know what I really did wrong, bro. Because like my wife, she told me she get on me all the time. She was like, I always tell you close that hatch with a chart where you put the charcoal in all the time. It just so happened. So I guess that was the wrong thing. Didn't listen to the old lady.
Yeah, listen to the wife. That's a public service announcement. So it was getting too much air. What did you use? You used the lighter fluid, and then you
Lighter
lit it,
fluid.
and then it woof. That's what
Yeah,
happened.
I lit it and then it woofed, but when it when it ignited, it came out of that little hatch where you put the charcoal in. That yep, yeah.
And
I'm
your
like
hand,
motherfucker.
where was your hand? How did your hand be there?
I don't know that my hand really got caught, bro. I think what got caught, I think how my hand ended up getting caught is because my shorts caught it. So I hurry up and put that out real quick. And instinct, I just patted that shit out and didn't realize. But yeah, my hands, yeah. I think that's how my hand got fucked up.
Oh, okay, I get it. You was patting out the fire. Your shorts caught, and your
Yeah,
instinct told you to pat out the fire with your hand, and you burnt the shit out of your hand,
yeah,
trying to put the fire out that
yeah,
was on your pants.
yeah.
Damn.
And then it's my dominant hand too, my right hand.
That's your
Yeah,
jerk off
so
hand. That's
nah, it ain't the jerk off hand. The jerk off hand is the left one. That's crazy, bro. I'm right handed, but I jerk off with the left hand.
Uh, freaking check this out. I don't know. I sent this to you, Deuce, as a DM. I really kind of just wanted to save it for later because what I do is when I see posts that I kind of want to cover on the show, I usually put it on my stories
Mhm.
on my Instagram, but those go away after 24 hours or whatever. So when I don't know if I'm gonna actually be able to cover it, I DM it to someone so that it'll be there when I think about it again so that I can cover it. You know what I'm saying? So did
Yeah,
you see this one I sent? It was about it was like a conversation these two was having about slavery. It was a
yeah.
TikTok.
I think I did see that, bro. I think I did
I don't.
see this one.
I don't know. I'm trying. Look, I want you to come back to the whole that point what you just said about the progress of being, shouldn't everybody be progressive? As long as because I got a beef to on that one.
Go ahead.
So we can come. You sure? I mean, because I just don't.
Go
I just
ahead.
didn't want to get.
Cover it, and then I'm gonna go into this.
Well, my thing is that everybody has their own idea of what being progressive is. Like, I mean, and we can't. A lot of times we can't agree because what you think growing is, I think is regressive. Like it's like we're turning around, we're going backwards because there's certain things that people think that okay, like some things are not really new. Like they might be new to us, in this lifetime, but there's certain things that's happened before that the reason why it was chosen not that we shouldn't do it, and they even put it in the Bible and uh, the uh, the Quran and different things as like off limits because we've already been there. We've visited, and we're revisiting it where some things is not even it's not progressive. It's something that's regressive. It's like we're not growing with that. So, you know, when we say progressive, we need to be on the same page of what growth is. You know,
Well, I think the more we're educated, the more we'll agree on what progressive is. And
okay,
as
educated how? Because that's insulting sometimes to some people because everybody doesn't have degrees or even
well, it's
you
it's not
know
necessarily about degrees. Education comes from all ways. Learning more stuff,
no,
knowing more
I'm
stuff.
open to that. I'm wide open to that. But what I'm just saying,
So,
sometimes that whole you know education things that's an insult to some people because it's like, well,
well, let me ask you
okay.
this: do you think that the 40-hour work week was progressive? And having two
Yeah,
days off.
for some people, I'm sure, yeah, and because I mean, I mean, me personally, I mean, there's no way I would make, the money I need to make if I could only work 8 hours. I think for the majority, it was good for a lot of people. Um,
Yeah, but
and
wouldn't you like to be able to make the money that you need to make and still have 2 days off a week?
um, I mean, I still do kind of, but and yeah, like I said, I think that's good to have that because that's where the majority of people fit, and that's cool. You know what I'm saying? I'm not against that. Um, the 8 hour days, the 40-hour weeks, the um 5-day work week. You know what I'm saying? That's
And and what about like cheap energy, like using infinite resources instead of finite resources for energy? You know, would you not
well,
agree that that's progressive?
um no, I do believe that is progressive, but at the same time, we also have to look at, I mean, are we prepared for that? You know what I'm saying? And is other sources still available when when we call finite? Because like I said, nothing is foolproof. So I think that having more available resources is great. And I mean, when we're calculating science, when we're looking at science and people saying, sustainable and this, that, and the other, I mean, shit, oil has been very much more sustainable and reliable than anything else that we've come across. Like electricity is you know is great, but guess what? It doesn't work without those other you know the coal, the natural gases, the different
And that's
resources.
true, but we don't have to use it for all of our. We could use the oil, coal, or whatever to as the spark or whatever, and use it in a limited way, and use that to create infinite type of resources. Like they have those machines that once you start it, it just goes forever. It what do they call perpetual machines or whatever? Like it it like creates its own energy. Once it's moving, then it
Kinetic?
just goes.
Is you
And
talking about more like kinetic energy or
it there's these machines. Once you give it that initial push, that first inertia, it conserves that energy and it keeps going forever. And they've been having this technology for a long time, and it's crazy that we don't use it. We have to keep putting gas in whatever we're doing, or keep on, having the outside push of energy instead of having the machine work
give
where
me an
it.
example of where we have that and um how it's being used.
My thing is, I feel like this here, bro. And a lot of people may hate me for saying this, but when you look at the grand scheme of things and you think about how they mass produce things, and they create all of these different things in order to mass produce certain things. It's because at the end of the day, bro, like we have too many people out on the roadways, and it's America's fault as as to the way how they've structured things instead of making things, more of an ecosystem where things just kind of flow freely, or flow in a way where people, could be more reliable on public transit, at least for being able to go back and forth to work and things of that nature. We wouldn't have to produce, and have to destroy so many things if we wasn't having to pull so much from our natural resource. We're depleting the natural resource, and that's all because of,
Are we?
Well, I think in a sense we're overdoing a lot of things, and I think that the Mother Nature, the natural parts of the of the earth is just it's reacting to how we're overusing everything in a sense, if you will.
Well, I mean, I think that a lot of what we're calling science is not necessarily fully true, because I mean, you know, just like I mean, do you feel like we're gonna run out of water at some point?
Uh, I mean, I don't know that I could really answer that question, but if you take a city like Las Vegas, and you look at the white marks around the lower part of the mountains where the Hoover Dam is, and you see where the water line is now and where it was, because of the fact everything that takes place and how how the dam is used to create all of these different megawatts of electricity and things of that nature. you know you know uh, we could, I think there's a part where there could be parts of our earth or ecosystem where water could be.
So you think that out of the millions of years that Earth has existed, that it's possible that we ran out of water before and we just so blessed to get it back? I mean, because it's the most essential thing in the like
Where
in
you
the
need
idea.
water, you
Like
need it.
water, yeah, no, it's the most essential part of life. Like if you don't have water,
There's no life.
nothing else matters. Like yeah, like it's nothing else really, nothing else really exists. Like
Yeah,
nothing get a chance to exist without water. So that means that we've gone through cycles where there's nothing existed,
yeah. I mean,
which there's
I
no proof of. Like I mean,
yeah,
but I'm just saying, like I mean, we got to say that out of the millions, however many millions of years that we can assume that Earth has
yeah.
evolved and existed, that at some
I'm
point everything died, and then we just so happened to get a respark, and now we have everything back. Like
yeah.
I'm
No,
just, I'm trying to,
I can't say that for sure. I don't believe that to be true in my personal opinion.
yeah.
But what I am looking at is that how the greed and the excess of human. We are, like we're excessive with
I agree
everything.
with that. I definitely agree with you on that because we overdo pretty much everything, and that's because of us, being so we're so reliant that we should be more conservative about what we're doing. But I think that we also might overdo it when we're talking about getting to that conservative point, that
Mhm.
because maybe we're like until there's something that's proven to work better. um because I don't think God is wrong with us having 8 to 9 billion people on the planet. If that was not a part of natural order, like the ability to get to that many people wouldn't happen. And unless hey, he likes chaos and he creates it just so that we can kill each other and do all this stuff. Like I mean, I just that those there's certain things that I just don't, and I say God, but the universe just doesn't work that way in my the way I see the world. So I think that's part of the problem, is that like we're taught science. Everybody's taught science a different way, or we believe science in a different way, other than what you know was intended, or like shit. I think me and Chaka agree on most things, but then there's a barrier to some extent, And that's, I think that is a part of natural order, but that is so that we will continue to work together. We'll continue to think about different ways that we can interact and, you know, make things better. That's what I consider to be progressive. Now, just to have a finite and so a totalitarian idea of how things should just work, like if that becomes the case, it doesn't really make sense for us to work together anymore. So, um, or to even practice patience with each other because there's no other way. So
I agree with you
that's
there. Having different perspectives is how we end up with the best outcomes. Let me
yeah.
play this. This is what I was talking about, perpetual motion mechanism. I don't know if you heard of this before.
Well, yeah. Okay. See, I remember. Well, yeah. We used to have that with the water. You can put the water pills in it, and it continues that motion. But
And there's lots and lots of devices like these. Um, Once they get going, then they go. They just go. You know, why? Why aren't we using these kinds of technologies? I'm just using this as an example to show that, you know, we don't have to have the reason why we have the machines that we have is because you have to keep on filling it up, or you have to keep on adding more energy, or you have to keep on buying more stuff. It's really about the way our system is set up so that they can continue to make profit. Because just like back in the days, the pots is really simple example. How many of us got an old ass pot that Big Mama had, and she kept passing it down to us because it still works, it's still good. you
that
know that
cast iron.
those old skillets, those old pots, they were like made to last forever. But now all the new stuff you buy, it wears out at some point. You have to buy
Well,
another one. It's real simple. Like
well,
they don't have to make things in a way where you have to keep on buying it, but they
well,
they, they don't make as much money if you have to keep, if you could just buy it once.
Well, I think that the biggest problem with our society is that greed factor, and I think that that's one of the things that we have to remove from any part of society is that you know when
Hey, welcome back.
when somebody's you know is when somebody becomes a leech, which what our
Hey, welcome
systems
back.
are mostly built on is that leech mentality. Like the only way for them to exist is for them to keep you in a perpetual uh, need for something. Now we're always going to need different things, new things, whatever, where people can provide a service or even a product, but there's some things that it's just not necessary. I mean, they killed Tesla because, Nikola Tesla because of, he was ready to offer something to the world where we could have all of this energy source for free. And
Speculate.
I
Let
think
me
that
ask you
that's,
this here: Would it be possible? Would it be possible
we heard all
for?
of that, right, Chaka?
My bad.
Okay.
I'm just wondering, like, would it be possible? And I don't know if this far stretch or if it's even a stupid question to ask. But would it be possible? Let's just say, okay, they're talking about electricity. What I kind of came in on, what Chuck was talking about. Would it be possible to place every home on solar power? If they're concerned, about this, instead of throwing our money away and funding stupid ass wars, we make it possible to give homeowners, a voucher or some type of subsidy or maybe even discount in order to be able to put solar systems on their homes to power their homes,
Well,
or even, let's say in natural disaster times, generator systems, or you
Hmm.
know, or something else. Because I think we have more natural gas available than we do coal at this point. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Because they're not doing a lot of mining for coal at this point. I mean, they still are, but you know,
well, the thing about that is that I mean, these are systems that exist, and we could, a great deal of us could use on a regular basis. But like I said, a lot of it is expensive. Switching over from one thing to another is gonna be expensive for most people, and they don't. Uh, our our system is not set up where everybody can be able to just move over to something like that overnight, or even shoot, it's still like within a year or a few years, because it's not in a progress. We're not progressive enough on how without fairness. The government, somebody has to have the hierarchy is where the benefit is for the elites, and then if they put everybody in the same place, then there, there's no difference. Like we have to, I think that's the part that we need to work on, because if everybody had a chance to be able to get these systems, or let's just say that they didn't really cost anything, if we everybody depended upon each other to for whatever they do, their job is to where if we all don't do it, it affects each other. I mean, I think that's going to be more of a system where you know that's going to become beneficial to all of us. But it's still kind of, I don't know. I mean, we still don't know how that works, because we still have us we're too used to the selfish system. Even those of us who would benefit from it is too afraid to see the changes, to even see what that might look like or how it would work. But um I mean, those we know those things exist, but I mean, who can go out and buy? I mean, that's one of the reasons why we're going what we, dealing with what we're going through now, because there was people who were so heavily invested in um, the oil refinery, those resources, because everything is a natural resource, but going through the natural gas, the different types of uh, gases that come from that oil, the crude oil, those people that benefited from that, they didn't want that to switch over. But the people, and it costs more now for us to try to even switch over to solar. And I mean, everybody's trying to make their money. So that's where the problem is that we're always trying to profit off of everybody else. Like we want somebody else to pay for us the way we live. Especially the elites, or who we've designated as being our elites. I guess you can say, whatever the best way to say that.
Let me
So
let me play this right here. I want y'all's comments on this. Check it.
Understand this.
What does like a slave owner treating their slave well look like?
I mean, back then, I'm sure some of them, I'm pretty sure they fed them, right? Or probably that like they weren't whipping anybody or like not tormenting anyone. Just like, I don't have like specific details for you.
Okay,
Dude.
as long as you're working inhumane hours on plantations, but you're being fed, then that's a good thing.
Again, I'm not saying slavery
that.
was a good thing. You're not going to like try to make it seem like that's what I'm saying, because I don't know what you want me to say. If you want to believe that every person back then who was a slave hated their life, go for it.
wait a minute.
Let me start at the beginning. Let me let it play
If
again.
we go back like a couple hundred years, it was pretty normal to own slaves. Is that right or correct?
Why are we talking about slavery?
Because I'm showing you why the ad populum fallacy is a logical fallacy.
Honestly, back then, a lot of Black people participated in the slave trade themselves. So
Yeah, that doesn't make slavery right. Are you trying to defend
it was
slavery?
a product of the time, dude. It
Are
was
you
a
trying to
product of the
defend
time.
slavery?
Did you not see Matt Walsh's new video on this topic?
I did, and I think that defending slavery is cringe as
Defending slavery, but I think we're illogical if we didn't realize that a lot of Black people enjoyed being slaves back when slavery was a thing.
That's stupid.
Well, how do you know that Black people enjoyed being slaves?
I mean, it's just in history. I've like read about it. Like a lot of Black people not only participated in capturing slaves, but a lot of Black people enjoyed being slaves. Because of course, when you're
Really?
brought up doing something like being a slave your whole life, it's all you know. I'm sure a lot of slaves probably enjoyed it and were happy because that's the only lifestyle they were aware of.
That's
Can
crazy.
you not think like that? Like, is it really that dense?
I have
of you?
never
Like, I
heard
don't
of
know.
somebody enjoying having to work countless hours on a plantation, being dehumanized and whipped and told they're not human, and being beaten within an inch of their life, and being
Saying that's
I don't think that
okay.
people
I'm just
enjoyed
saying
that.
you can't deny the fact that there were probably slave owners that, just like there were really bad ones, there were probably slave owners that probably treated their slaves really nice too, right? Like, you're not thinking logically. You're being so dense.
So I'm just going to say that in general, I think it's wrong to own humans.
Of course, we're not in that time period anymore.
But you're defending slavery.
I'm not defending it. I'm saying it was a product of the time.
You said that Black people enjoyed being slaves.
I think there were probably a good majority of Black people who back then were born and raised as slaves, probably because that's the only thing they knew. It was the environment they grew up in. If they had a slave owner who treated them well, they probably enjoyed their lives, a few of them. I think it's illogical to believe that every person who was a slave back then hated their life. I truly think that's illogical. I do.
I'm pretty sure that being owned is not a good thing.
Because you grew up in this generation and this is what you've been taught. And we know these things now.
No,
but back then,
not just because
those societal standards were not created yet.
Not just because I grew up in this generation, but because I can think logically and morally on this topic, and why it is unfair to own another human based off of their birth as having like a certain skin color, for example. That's unfair.
I'm pretending
and
like I'm saying it's
illogical.
okay to own slaves now, because that's not what I'm insinuating.
You are defending slavery.
I'm not defending it. I'm just giving you the facts. Aren't you all about facts over feelings?
Yeah, and I believe that slavery is immoral.
Right, and I do too. But the fact was, back then, I think you're illogical if you think that some of them didn't enjoy being slaves or enjoy their lives.
Why would anyone enjoy being a slave?
That's the environment you grew up in. That's all you've ever known. So if you grew up in that environment and you have a slave owner who treats you well, that's just all they know. So they probably were happy about it. They didn't know freedom. Why is it so hard for you to understand this?
What does like a slave owner treating their slave well look like?
I mean, back then, I'm sure some of them, I'm pretty sure they fed them, right? Or probably that like they weren't whipping anybody or like not tormenting anyone. Just like, I don't have like specific details for you.
Okay, as long as you're working inhumane hours on plantations, but you're being fed, then that's a good thing.
Again, I'm not saying slavery
that.
was a good thing. You're not going to like try to make it seem like that's what I'm saying, because I don't know what you want me to say. If you want to believe that every person back then who was a slave hated their life, go for it.
So,
All right.
go ahead. But what I was gonna say was like this thing is really bothering me. How like you got these really smart guys out there who are restructuring this argument, and you know, I see I'm lost for words, because it's like Thomas Sowell.
I'm probably gonna irritate the hell out of you too, because I have a perspective on it that is not popular, but.
Well,
Thomas Sowell, yeah, I know about Thomas Sowell.
And you have these arguments that are really just crazy, and they just trying to justify these things that happened and say that they were okay or whatever. And then they like to say that, oh well, slavery, everybody was a slave at some point or whatever. Like whenever you bring up the argument of reparations, then people get really hugely in their feelings about it, and I mean it fundamentally it's crazy to try to defend this stuff and say that it was cool or it was good or whatever.
But
like
it's also people's
happy.
perception. It's also people's perception of it, because I mean people are today living in a slave system. We only call it employment now. And I mean, you can say like, somebody who was enslaved was what we now call, employed. So it's like really a perception where like, and I don't even know like none of us were there to really, be able to say, oh, it was this, that, and the third. But at the same time, I think that our perceptions are all skewed. Because like some of us are totally believe that that only black people were enslaved. That's the furthest from the truth. I mean, people of all societies had their slave classes, and there were black kings and queens that ran and owned everything, just like right now. Like they just coronated a king that even with the queen, like the whole system, the idea of a monarchy is a slave system. And even though they have a parliament, they're still like the essence of it is still just in the idea of a monarchy is that everybody else is praising to human beings as if they are gods. So like it took
So, but that's not true. It's not true that everyone had slaves. And then the whole
no no
thing
no no
is,
no I
we're
didn't say
talking
everybody had slave. I did not say everybody
that
had
it was
slaves.
slavery all over the world. That's not
It
true.
was no that is very much true.
That is not true. Every culture around the world had a slavery system in their culture. That is not
Well,
true. That is not simply not true. And this is the reason why people are confused and with everything. And then so the thing is, we're talking about chattel slavery
We're
here in the United States, which is not the same either. You know what I mean? Like being born as a slave and never have an opportunity of being anything else, that is something else. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the reason why people need to be educated. That's the reason why they push back on they call everything CRT or whatever, because they don't really want to understand this stuff. They don't really want to own up to what was done. And then using the idea of, I get what you're saying about jobs being comparable, but it's still you can't say that it was the same. Having a job versus fucking born. They take your name. They tell you what your name is. Your name is the same as your slave masters. You're cut
that's
completely off from your
that's a
social
bunch
culture.
security
that
number.
that's a bunch of bullshit.
You're born as a slave. They take your name. They
But
they 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 feed you whatever they want to feed you, and they just enough to keep you alive so that you can work the next day. That is not comparable to being having a job.
yeah, well, I tell you what, the only thing that's different is that you know you pretty much have a decision where you can go from one employer to another, where there were contracts. There was more of a contract system before. You can be, which they called bond, a bond between you and these people. But a lot of the stuff began with families, where like if the family owns a plantation, and the people there is all the same family that is working the plantation. They are the ones that's, whoever's at the hierarchy, everybody's being labeled as being owned by this person, by that one person, which is not technically true. Like, it's a lot of misconceptions, and like, not to say that this was some wonderland for everybody, but at the same time, I mean, everybody had a job to do, even the children. So like, um based on a lot of the lies that went around in our school system, because a certain group of people wanted to be put on a higher pedestal, even though some of the things that they claim existed never happened. Because like a lot of the English people that came to America that were colonized, were the rich people in those days were the black people. A lot of the white people did not, like, until the 1700s and 1800s, did not have any positions of hierarchy. So it's just like, I mean, if we're gonna be honest, like, let's be honest.
I,
That's my part of it.
I don't really get your point there. What I'm saying is, okay, there's a segment of our society that lives here in the United States today who have zero connection to their ancestors. Like, I like to ask people all the time. I'll be like, okay, hey, so where are your grandparents from? Uh, you know, what related to your name. You know, how did you get your name or whatever? You know, what is their culture? You know, you got a segment of society here in the United States who cannot answer that question. You know what I'm saying?
But
They
that's by
they
choice.
they no. What choice did they have? They didn't. They don't have no connection to their ancestors' cultures. They don't know
No,
where they came from.
no, a lot of no, they don't
A
know because
common
they
name
have not
people that
looked.
don't know that too.
The who?
Do you know Tanner doesn't come from any particular European culture or anything? It was their trade. It's what they did as their trade, so it became their last name.
And
Schreiber,
that's perfectly fine. So my
Smith,
ancestors were blacksmiths or whatever, and that's perfectly fine. But
actually a lot of the ones which you don't see amongst the black community, Tanner, Weaver, Smith, stuff like that, that was skills that they could have adopted that name. A lot of them took, strangely enough, a
But,
lot of them took
but
the name of the plantation they came from.
yeah,
exactly, and they or the last name of the owners of the plantation. That's where most of the names come from because they didn't have a last name. They just had a name that was given to them, and then they were owned by the Grants or the whoever, and that was how they got their last name. So
but
that's the
that's
reason why
not.
you have so
But
many black folks and white folks who have the same last
that
name. But
that
but
happened to a minority of people though. The majority that was actually their family name, and because a lot of the indigenous women married some of the colonists that came in, like that's how a lot of us adapted our name. It's through marriage, not because of slavery.
It's surprising how many took Washington. I remember a joke I heard a long time ago saying that uh, it was actually a black man that told me the joke. He says, "I don't think there's been a white one since George."
But George Washington wasn't white. That's the part that people don't really understand because they took a narrative that was a bunch of lies. George Washington was a melanated man. You can call him white because of his status, you know, that, being a Moor, like you coming from certain places of the country, of the world, you like even to this day that law exists. People come from Egypt, northern Africa, or southern Europe. Your identity, your status is white, and it has nothing to do with skin color. And that's all of this stuff that's calling people by their color or identifying people by their skin color is a new thing since the 1800s, like the 1860s at that. So like people really not understanding the law and history together don't get it.
And I agree with that last point that you made, and that is the issue. The issue is that people don't know. Let me read this comment right here. It says, "This is the shit they are able to sell you when they choose to not teach you historical facts. The attack on education, books, teachers is to keep dumbing down the population so you don't question this crap. Critical thinking is no longer valued, and opinion-based news has become the norm. This is exactly why CRT is necessary."
But let me ask you this: Do you think that all right, and because I mean we're most of us are really not free today, but we live under an idea that we're free. We're more trapped into a slave system because we don't, what I'm saying, we don't grow our own food. We don't erase our own, like, as far as our whether it's produce or even our meats or whatever, we have to go to somebody else to create or generate the monies to be able to even get those items. That is considered a slave system. But when we had those systems where we had our own farms, we were growing our own food, we were, raising animals that we would slaughter and eat or whatever from time, whenever that was going to happen, bro, like we were producers. That was more of a system that people were, and we were all busting our ass keeping that stuff together because freedom isn't free. Like when we had those things set up, like that's where I see that was more freedom for people than we are in now. Like the thing that the idea that what our parents and our grandparents went through was considered more of a slave work than what we're in, and this is actually more of a slave system than they were in.
I think that the point of this post right here is to show that you have people who are defending and justifying this horrendous thing that happened in our past to keep from dealing with the reality of it. And
Well, no,
the results of those things is how we get where we are today. So to be able to understand the state of the world today, you have to understand how we got here. And there's a complete disconnect on the things that actually happened in the past that led up to today. And that's the reason why everybody is, not everybody, but that's the reason why so many people that are confused and they don't understand, and they're and they want to keep it that way. So then when people that they don't teach history, they don't teach geography, they don't really understand the context of things that happened,
well,
therefore things continue to be effed up.
well, see, the thing about it is the majority of our society is indoctrinated. They're not taught. They're programmed, and they've been programmed to something that's going to benefit the hierarchy. But those who are self-learned and self-taught understand these things a lot more than those who sat there and was told these things instead of you actually knowing things because you went and researched it and you found different things that showed you the truth of it. So I mean, when we have the idea that white people were the slave masters without understanding what white means in totality, because we can say that, but the hierarchy were considered, their status was white, but a lot of their skin, the majority of their skins were black or dark brown or melanated, however you want to describe that. And it's in this country, no matter what you say, like that's just what it was. So when just those little small ideas are not understood by the masses, that's another way to separate people, because people get enraged, get angered because you know somebody having a different perception of the same thing, and we're arguing with each other because we don't have the same information that we're trying to argue about. That's just another thing, just like the Democrat, the Republican, the conservative, liberal, those same things continue to happen because we don't have a set, like everything, like we weren't treated fairly. We weren't, they didn't treat us fairly with information. So I mean, demonizing one side of the spectrum, yeah, I can see why to some extent, because I mean, I believe in, like, we all need to just know the truth, because the truth is what's going to set us all free. But to think that all white people were slaves is it's just not right. And to demonize, because I mean, there was more white slaves than there were white slave masters.
Let me
And the
read
same,
some.
and even the same for dark skins. If you want to look, because I mean, just like right now, we're looking at corporations. There's fewer corporations than there are people. So there's always a bigger working class or slave class than there are the corporations. So whoever owned the plantations, or we're gonna call it corporations, there was always a smaller amount of them than there are just regular small, people. There, and even if you look at the Bible, in Egypt, those people were black, and the people who were working and slaving, or doing the building or whatever, they were black too. Like thousands of years, bro. Like, but go ahead,
let, let me read some
go ahead.
comments. It says, I'm trying to understand how the other girl didn't break down Blonde's argument with the point that this is the same argument we used was used by slave owners to their opposition. Look, they're happy. Can't you hear them singing? No amount of supposed good treatment is a substitute for freedom when the other choice is death. Survival does not equal happiness. I mean, we need the spirit of James Baldwin, the master debater, to rise again. Another
And
comment. Go ahead.
no, I was just gonna say that. I mean, the idea that the is not more work to be, the slave, the what you want to call enslaver. Because I mean, bro, do you know how, like, me owning a business, like, how much work, like how much extra work it goes into it than just, being able to hang your hat on the shelf at the end of the day and just be like, okay, I'm done, bro. Like,
So you're saying the slave masters worked hard?
it's not the same work, but yes, like, I mean, just to be able to keep everything going so that everybody that goes to work, they're definitely gonna eat. They're definitely gonna
We call them
have somewhere.
CEOs now.
Yeah, we call them CEOs now, but like, I mean, some of it is exaggerated, and they do have some benefits to being in that position, but it's really not much difference. It's really not that big of a difference than what we're living in. It's a different perception that we live under that made things more, another generation of people, or a few more generations of people to live through, so that, they don't turn up on the corporations, or shall we say the slave masters. It's just a different idea, a different way to look at it. It's just a different perspective.
A different, less brutal means of control.
Yeah, and you can move from one slave master to the next. I mean, it just, it I don't know. I mean, look, I know that it sounds insensitive to some extent for me. I mean, from coming from me or whatever, but you know, I think
It's
that,
about understanding the perspective and not trying to disagree with the horror of it in a way.
yeah,
But
it
yeah, it's
wasn't
about
horrifying for
understanding
everybody.
because it's
It
not
wasn't.
it
Go ahead.
it's not all one side and the other. The truth actually does lie somewhere between. Definitely more toward the horrific side of things. But that's pretty much all I got to say about that. Is this one I hate. I don't really have a place in this argument or
No,
talking
I
about
mean
it.
you.
I
Um,
mean,
I mean, if you know about, I mean, I don't like. I mean, I don't
anything
think
I say is
race,
suspect because I am a white person. This is
but
by the rules of CRT, which I oppose.
that's the
I
problem
oppose
because
anyone being taught that one race is inherently bad in any way, shape, form, or fashion.
The
yeah, I mean,
CRT
we
does
have.
not teach that.
It does.
It does not. It does not.
It
Absolutely does not.
Well, it to some extent, maybe not fully, but to some extent, I mean, based on most people's perception of what slavery system was, is that they point the finger that white people were the slavers. And like, I don't think the common man understands that, yeah, maybe there were a lot of white slavers, but at the same time there's way more white slaves. And the average person, just like today, there's a lot of white people that just work and go back and forth to work every day, just like in the past. Like, that thing happened, and like, just to accept that that's the truth, like, and you to say it as a truth, shouldn't get, spat on, and just like, okay, like, you just don't get it, you don't understand. But there's more people who promote the idea that white people did this, because guess what, you know I, and based on my understanding, like, up to a certain point, there was way more black people that owned property around the world, not just America, but even us, even here in America, that owned the property, owned plantations, and whether they were a part of a big conglomerate, but also had smaller farms where it was just even just them and their family. So, like, what people were calling slave work in a lot of time periods, was just work. You keeping your shit together. So I don't know. I think there's a lot of misconceptions in that whole conversation, which is what makes gets people enraged about it, and like some people want to fight behind it because it messes up their whole narrative, and then you trying to speak on just what truth is. Because I mean, like I said, a bunch of the colonizers that came here from Europe were black people, and they were the ones that were able to come here, and either they had high notoriety from where they came from, and the women that were the indigenous women who had land, they wanted to marry those guys. So even with the idea that, oh, we just took the name of our slave masters, because that's a different part of that conversation, but taking the name of the slave master did not just come because there was some new ownership. No, it was because it was a part of a family. In most cases, that's what it
Community.
was. Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, just like two kingdoms coming together, because it makes things better for the whole, so that there's not a whole lot of fighting going on. Europeans, because I mean, most black people that are here in America today did not come. There was maybe a small amount that came from Africa, but the majority of black people came from Europe that was not indigenous to America. So we're talking about mostly European and American people who joined together in unity than it was anyone else, any other continent. I mean, there were some Asians that came too that we had some connections with, but regardless, and they were darks, they were melanated people too. But that's some of the things that was left out, and because of the legal jargon, it confused a lot of people, because most people look at the skin color instead of what the real status means. What those colors and that color coded caste system really explains, if you know it.
I think that a lot more time needs to be spent
It does.
learning about this stuff, and I think that is the root cause for all of these confusions,
Yeah,
because
because
Well,
some
it
people
actually just needs
some
to
people
be,
took
we need to
advantage.
figure a way to get it taught. But see, you're wanting to teach this and this and this and this, while the whole time we're also complaining how they come out of there with no life skills. When are we going to shoehorn this in? When are we going to shoehorn all of this in, and at what age levels are we going to shoehorn this in and build upon it while we're teaching mathematics,
Well,
science,
they're still hiding
all the
American
rest,
history. They're s-
English communication, preferably a second language too.
there needs to be a priority placed
it should,
on history,
yeah, but I mean, the
and it's
people that's
very
in system
sad
right
that people
now.
feel like it's not important.
I'm
Well,
not saying it's important. I'm saying you're wanting to add 3 to 5 times the amount of material.
but but, but
And in
listen.
doing that, what are you going to cut? What are you going to take out to put that in?
There has to be
Well,
priorities. If we want to have if we want to
well,
move forward together, then we need to all really understand what the hell happened.
yeah, and that
It's
and that's
very
that's
important.
that is
Which
extremely
means some
important.
agreement needs to be
But
come
listen.
to that isn't completely biased on both sides
But look, let me ask
or
this:
either
If
side.
you just teach
what?
what happened and people stop being in their feelings about what happened, just learn
Yes.
what happened. We don't need no spin on
Well,
it.
well,
Just
yeah.
this is what happened.
But even black people
But
People
that
see, you are also sitting there and saying some of the stuff that happened never happened because that's just the way they're trying to get white people to spin it.
Well, no, but see, I'm gonna tell you, I see more black people spinning it, and I don't know if they,
I
they
can't say
purpose,
that.
they know they. Yes, I mean, you can
I'm
agree
not
and
allowed,
agree. I
excuse
don't.
me, I'm not allowed
I
to say that
but li- but
publicly.
li- but listen, because there are people who are at the level of understanding that are still wanting to only go back to the 1619. Like right now, they're starting this whole 1619 project,
Go to hell with
but
that. I like my
but
AC and indoor plumbing.
but but no, because I think if we're talking about, our understanding of what is actually happening up to this day and how we got to this point, we have to go at least, because I mean, it's good that we can at some point go back to previous times, but if we don't start at 1491, what happened in 1491, nobody really understands where the breakdown happened, because 1491, the ability for America to even go through the whole idea of being discovered, like there's things that happened in the early 1500s that significantly changes anybody's perception of what happened. So we're they're still like trying to keep like the people who are in power, because it's not just white people that keeps this going. There's a lot of black people that you know allow or agree to keep the minds screwed up, because we're not doing enough to really teach people the truth. So if we go back to at least, because I mean, I think there's like certain segments that, for us to really understand, a lot more things about the world, especially for today, we need to go back to what made the biggest extreme changes to our world or worlds, from country to country, from continent to continent, for how we're dealing with it today. And 1619 does nothing, because a lot of that was, you know, not to say that, it wasn't a lot of things happening there, but all of it began where, people were migrating from different continents to others because of certain events, like the whole Christian Muslim wars, because we weren't fighting through race during those periods, because the majority of people that were fighting were all looking almost the same. They had different cultures and ways of living, but most of them looked alike. They had the same blood, but they grew up from different cultures. So like that, these are important things that people need to understand. Like it's, but I mean,
Let me I want to go on. Pakistan has been in the news. I don't know if y'all saw any of this stuff, but the guy, they arrested the guy Imran Khan, and they've been protesting there, and a lot of stuff talking about corruption. Anyways, let me play some of this.
ये वो पाकिस्तान था जिसने ये नेटो की मदद की.
It says, we supported NATO in its war on terror. I would have not supported it if I was the prime minister at that time. 800 or 80,000 Pakistani nationals lost their lives.
जो वॉर ऑन टेरर थी, हमने उनका साथ दिया. मैं कभी ना साथ देता, मैं अपनी मुल्क को बाहर रखता उस जंग से, लेकिन उस वक्त का जो सरबराह था उन्होंने उनका साथ दिया. क्या मिला पाकिस्तान को? 80,000 पाकिस्तानियों की जानें गई. हमारा कबायली.
It says our territory was destroyed. We faced 100 Arab dollar losses. Has the EU thanked us for helping them?
इलाका उजड़ गया.
Hold on. I thought this was going to have the voice. I thought it was going to have the translation on here.
मैं अपने किया.
It doesn't have the translation. Let's just read about it. It says Imran Khan, Are we your slaves? Reminder on why he's unpopular with the West and was removed. In Pakistan, the former president Imran Khan was arrested. The country descends into chaos as it is alleged that he was removed with U.S. help and wanted to come back to power. Many, probably the majority of Pakistanis, support him. It says, what do you think of us? Are we your slaves? Whatever you say, we will do. That's a quote from Imran Khan. Let me read some tweet comments. It says, USA just can't mind its own business. Another comment, it says, his claims are misdirected. USA is the guiding hand in Europe's foreign policy. Another comment, did the CIA arrange his arrest? Another comment, it says, the U.S. warned the establishment in Pakistan that if Imran Khan was not removed from office, there would be consequences. He was removed. They are now using their law force tactic to prevent him from being reelected. Another comment, it says, and yet he won't mind going there for funds. Another comment, a day will come when we will all agree that this world would have been a better place without the United States, pushing most countries towards one crisis or the other, turning one country against the other, the people against the government, and against one another. Another comment, it says, I think the U.S. needs to stay the hell out of the other nations' business, Pakistan, Ukraine, Syria, etc.
But that's because,
go ahead.
Well, historically, I'm just going to say that that's because we have the wrong leadership in America, because over time, like, we've usually were the guiding light for the world, and like, because of the greed that has come up within the last few, let's say in the last century, has been on a downturn. Like, the people who've been running the country really the last 200 years, but the last 100 years is where a lot of the decline began, and into this new millennia is really turned up, and the greed is really showing there. But they know that a lot of what they're doing is not, like, their existence is, not just existence, but their rule is coming to an end, and they're trying to do everything they can to stay in power. And, like, for you to step on people's head just so that you can try to, tell everybody what to do is, I mean, that's kind of childish. And I'm at the point, like, personally, this is my my outlook at this is like, being number 2 or number 3 country in the world is not that bad. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're still really in a high place. Like, if but I think that really we could have really done different things if we didn't. Our politicians were not lining their pockets so much with our tax monies, or regardless of how you look at the money being just the ability to print it. Either way, the way it's been used over the last few decades has truly ruined how everybody else interacts, because our dollar was what was used for the world progression or stability. So yeah, I can understand the sentiments that they have.
Let me read this one right here, because this sums up the whole thing right here. It says, initially, he was the pet of the U.S. That's how he came to power. The problem started recently when he started dealing with Russia for oil. There's a saying in Pakistan, only 3 A's work: Allah, Army, and America. So it's true that this guy was really friendly with the U.S. And this is what happens in a lot of cases. You see, if you pay attention to the global politics, they get in there, like, let's say they get in there with the help of the United States, and then once they get into power and then the pressure from the people, from their people, and then they start trying to do good things for their people, then that's when the United States wants them out of there. And this happens over and over and over and over again. And that's the case with this guy right here.
But the instability is what allows our politicians, because I don't want to say America because it's not really us. And I don't see the United States as the same as the USA, because the United States of America is us, the people, but the United States is a separate corporation and unit where I believe there's four main entities involved in that United States that is really operating, because maybe now 5, if depending on how Ukraine does, Washington D.C., London City, Vatican, Israel, and I would also add now Ukraine. Those are the United States that is ruling the world at this moment. But those first 4 have been doing it for since the at least mid to late 1800s. So, but either way, us the people, a lot of us have sympathy or empathy for these people worldwide, but because we haven't taken control and to do something different so that we are seen different, we could see a lot of disaster for ourselves for not standing up sooner, which I wish was not true, but I'm just speaking based on what's really happening worldwide. Because it's usually us. It's the people who have to deal with the shortages, the pain, the suffrage of the from all of the decisions that they make. Because they've made bonds with other countries where the top elites, they've made bonds with other countries. They'll be somewhere else while we're dealing with the shit that they created.
Let me go into this one. I sent y'all a meme related to the guy who was killed on the subway. This tweet right here, it says Daniel Penny has raised $1 million in legal fees. Meanwhile, the funeral for Jordan Neely has only raised $60,000. The internet is calling this guy a good Samaritan for killing this guy on the subway. And I think that this topic, like I said before, it's really bigger than it seems. It shows how people pick a side, it shows how terrible of a state that we're in. The meme, what did it say? It was Ron DeSantis saying that. What did he say? Hold on, let me pull it up because I don't remember.
Yeah, I kind of remember.
Okay, it says Ron DeSantis tweeted this. He said, "We must defeat the Soros-funded DAs, stop the left's pro-criminal agenda, and take back the streets for law-abiding citizens. We stand with good Samaritans like Daniel Penny. Let's show this Marine America got his back." So he said, stop the left's pro-criminal agenda and take back the streets for law-abiding citizens. So for me, that really hurts my brain a lot, given that the guy that he's backing up and calling a good Samaritan killed this guy. So it's like, if we're talking about law-abiding citizens, an extrajudicial killing is not following the law. That who made this guy judge, jury, and executioner? Even if you could say that, the guy, the Michael Jackson impersonator guy was doing something against the law, which I don't know that he was, but let's say he was, who gives this guy the right to kill this guy, to say that, And then you got Ron DeSantis saying stop the left's pro-criminal agenda. It sounds like you're having a pro-criminal agenda, given that you're saying we want to back this Good Samaritan. We want to make
Well,
sure America got his back.
because I I'm like you. This is something that bothers me a lot, but because of my psychology my ability to understand even wicked minds, how they perceive certain things. I understand the angle, and that's one of the main things when we come to how we interact with each other is that we can look at the same thing and see two totally, or if not more, different things. And it's sad because we don't have the sympathy and empathy. That background noise is killing me. I don't.
It's pretty distracting. I ain't gonna lie. Go ahead.
But however, because we're able to see it, mainly based on what type of, who we are, a lot of times we're limited just from that one perspective. Because, the guy, I guess, could be looked at as a Samaritan, depending on those. Because, I mean, none of us was there. And, if he's looked at by the people's like, hey, he was causing the Neely guy, whatever, he was causing disruption and he was doing this, that, and the other. Some people are going to look at him as Neely as the problem, and the person who resolved it or dissolved the problem is the hero. But also those who see that, okay, this guy obviously had issues somehow, whether he was yelling, screaming, or whatever on the train, because I don't think he should have lost his life because he was hungry and he was, trying to entertain for people and he didn't get $1 or enough for him to get his next meal and water. Like, I don't see that as fair either. I don't see that as being fair. So people's perspective is what's really got this thing kind of messed up, because as far as I know, because I mean, ultimately, I'm just so that people know my position. Ultimately, this person did no harm to anybody else, so he should have been able to live. Whether he got tied up into a, they was, just kind of locked him in where he couldn't, move until he could get off the train and go on about his business, which would have been more ideal as far as I'm concerned, because there was three people, whatever their sex or race was, there was 3 people involved with detaining this guy, but he still ends up dead because somebody didn't know enough was enough. So
he had him in a chokehold, and I don't know yet if he died while in the chokehold. So we don't know yet if he broke his windpipe or he held it too long or what that situation is. Either way, to me, it was negligence, because if you're not specifically trained in how to do that, you should not be fucking putting someone down like that.
Well, they charged him with manslaughter recently, so
yeah, second degree manslaughter. Which
you said outside of this,
he gave himself up and walked in on the charges.
Yeah,
you said outside of this, he was charged in another account.
No, he was charged for this.
For this, he's charged for second degree manslaughter, which he voluntarily gave him. They said, "Hey, come on." He's like, "Okay." No argument from him. He went in and did his booking and all that.
Yeah, I mean, because manslaughter.
But there were other people involved, and I have not yet seen whether or not they have any charges yet.
Yeah, I don't think there's any charges for any of the other people involved, but they didn't specifically choke him out, so they didn't lead to his death. So they're actually
but their assistance, we set a precedent in before they assisted.
They are co-conspirators.
So, but the thing about this one that bothers me a lot is because you have this dog whistle racism that goes on where people, they're under the cover of like, okay, he's a vet or it's law and order and all of this stuff. But if the roles were reversed on this story, like let's say it was a white guy who was on the subway, and it was a black guy who choked him out and killed him. Would these same people be backing this guy the way that they are? I do not think so.
No.
And at all. And so
is he still a military vet in this particular scenario?
Yes,
No,
everything is
not
the
even-
same
not
except for the skin tone.
The military vet would make a difference in how hard it hit. He would still be considered racist, but you got to remember too, the guy was getting aggressive and threatening people. There was a reasonable sense of their safety, obviously, if 3 people went on this. So we have to keep our mind in that position too.
Regardless, if the roles were reversed, do you really think that, first off, would this even be a story? But second off, would you have Ron DeSantis tweeting saying, let's support this guy?
Yeah. Well, and I think even Trump and a lot of people that like the right, I guess if we would say the right is definitely pushing the defense of the military guy. And I think even some on the left as well. But there's information that I don't think all of us understands or knows, and based on the breakdown of law, what is legal, what is illegal, citizens arrest, the ability for this and that and the third, it gets really murky. And that's why I say that, like, I can see it from those different angles, but I think that because of everybody having a sense of mental illness, regardless, because I mean, especially our, as much as I care for and respect our veterans, they have a slight, not even like just slight, but they have some big mental issues as well that, him dealing with a domestic issue is, way different than how we deal with international, which shouldn't be different because, I mean, we're talking about humans here. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not really trying to justify it either way, but it is a slippery slope when we're looking at this because, if he was, this Marine is going to look like a hero, especially if he on this train, if this guy in these closed quarters is acting very erratic. Some of these people felt a sense of not being in so much danger because of their actions.
People act crazy on the train all the damn time, And like I say,
okay, you can't use that argument, man. You can't.
My problem with this is the racism.
You yell that down every time someone says something that people act crazy all the time. So you can't use that when it benefits you.
Because
and that's the other part. First, Jockey, you've already decided. You introduced this whole segment as the guy that killed the guy on the subway.
Did he not?
So you've already made up your mind how to frame and the language to use in this. That is your message is only that he killed him.
He totally did. I mean, we gotta deal with facts here. How else are we gonna talk about anything?
But
we can't agree on that.
If someone brings up facts and asks you facts in the subject that you're uncomfortable with or something like that, you go all out of your way to try to explain everything. I'm just trying to sit there and say there's a reasonable explanation. There's a reasonable understanding of what happened. Is this guy a hero? Some people will say it, but no, he did kill somebody, and it was through negligence.
Okay.
He should never have done that because, in New York, about 10 years ago, they changed the law that the police officers are only allowed to use a chokehold if they have certain forms of self-defense training. And then, if I'm not mistaken, about 2 or 3 years ago, right before all of it, because of the cigarette guy, if I think it was, they changed it to where they're not allowed to use chokeholds at all.
My
So if the
issue,
police,
but
so if the
that's within
police
the
can't
force.
use these things, then yeah, he actually did a bad thing. And if he's not trained in it, if he just watched too much MMA and decides, hey, I can do this, yeah, that's that, you know. And yeah, it is negligent homicide.
my issue is
Well,
how the internet is reacting to this. The sides that are being picked.
Yeah,
They want to say that they're not racist. They don't want to take on that, at least publicly. They don't want to. They want to say that they don't see color or whatever, and that they're not racist or whatever. This has racism written all over it. The way that people are reacting to this
but
particular thing that happened.
but see,
I
but
just
listen,
walked it through without any racism involved.
but no, but listen, because I
It's
mean
full of
that's the.
racism.
Hey, listen, hold on. Because
I'm
we
still
get
trying to
we're
figure out
getting.
how I just was
Hold
racist
on,
about
hold
all
on.
that.
Look, this is something that needs to be clear because the public and this guy have to be separated because just to give fairness, because because he's getting supported, that's just like my whole outlook on Trump, because he gets supported by races. Does that actually mean he was
I'm
or
not
he
saying he
is?
was. I'm talking
Oh,
about the people and how
I,
they're
I
reacting. I'm talking
okay,
about Ron DeSantis and his
but
tweet.
when we're talking about the actualities of the case, we can't involve, because I mean that's just like letting the people be what was the court of public opinion, like outweigh the facts of the case. So that's where, like, I try to keep it reeled in, because I can get emotional from time to time. I'll get angry, like it bothered me too, but at the same time I still remind myself, okay, I wasn't there. I don't know all the facts. We're going off of, guess conjecture, things that, only the people that was there can really speak for. So we can't, me making a judgment one way or another means nothing other than the fact that I can, I mean, I think I have a strong enough voice to where I could, you know, push it one way or another and get people to go in either one of the directions based on what is known. So I want to be fair either way. It doesn't matter to me. The race part doesn't matter, because I mean, for at this point, we done lost another American for whatever reason, for something that is, I believe, to be senseless. Because like I said, I believe this guy should be able to be here today to where, you know, he can talk shit or even say, hey, oh, get a chance to be able to say, yeah, I was kind of wilding, or like, no, this dude tripping, like I was assaulted. Like, there's not even an option for that anymore.
What I'm talking
So
about is how the people are reacting
yeah, we
to
can't
this
do nothing
incident.
about that. I mean, it's always like that. I mean,
It
and
shows something. It that's the point I'm making. It shows where we are as a society when you have the governor of Florida tweeting about it and using it as attack on the left or whatever, talking about law and order or whatever,
yeah,
talking
well,
about we got this guy's
we
back or
we
whatever.
spoke about that earlier, because I feel like, you know, a lot of times we're getting tricked, especially when it comes from the mainstream media. Because when he's saying, "Oh, these Soros-backed DAs," bro, I think shit, he's backed by Soros. So regardless, the disruption period, the fact that we're gonna argue about this no matter who's right or wrong, and we have split sides, is they're doing their job, they're winning. So no matter what direction we, you know, how I believe or how the next person believe, how you believe, Doc and anybody else, Deuce, whoever, no matter what any of us thinks, there is unrest because of this situation. They're winning. They're progressing. And they're in their eyes, the progression that, like what you're saying, like they're winning. And it's progress for them.
Let me read some comments underneath this because maybe it'll help kind of hammer home the point of what I'm trying to say of
No,
how.
I
Okay,
believe I think I
I see
understand what you're
I
saying.
see where his Law and Order comment is coming from, because Jordan Neely had over 42 arrests up to this point, including assaults. What is it? Evading fares, thefts, assaults on 3 women, and guilty to another woman on the subway few years ago, right before the lockdowns. So that's where DeSantis is coming from. I'm not saying anything. Like I said, I investigate both sides, try to find reasons why they're going to think this way. He thinks he's one of the people that they're just let down on, revolving door up in New York, which is going on up there.
The guy had mental health issues. He was homeless.
But-
and when
and
you're
he wasn't
homeless,
getting- and he's not getting the
the
help.
police, you're going to get all kinds of cases
Dude,
for being homeless.
absolutely.
And
I'm not
having
saying
mental
I'm
health
not
issues.
saying
He
that.
was crazy.
But okay, see, you're using that as a defense and is that a defense when he's threatening people on a train, how they feel?
I'm not giving him a defense. I'm saying that using
exactly.
Using
I'm not
that-
giving defenses either. I'm just trying to
failure is still
explore
within the
the
system.
reasons all around this,
saying
instead
that
of creating a narrative and running with it.
No,
All right,
that's the narrative right there. It's talking
well,
about, he had all of these previous whatevers. That doesn't even matter as far as the guy killed him. So that's
listen.
law and order to kill somebody.
listen.
Okay,
Do
he got a
you
bunch of
even listen
priors.
to yourself?
Chaka, you made
We
you
are
tried to make an
talking
argument.
about why Ron DeSantis may have said that.
But listen,
and we found a reason why he said that.
And that
It's
reason is
we
bullshit.
don't like it. It's bullshit, but it's not untrue.
Do you recall our argument or our discussion about how you said when we come up with the conversation about guns, and you said the conservatives or the Republicans never come up with a solution for the things of guns.
And I wanted to cover that too. I have something on that. Go ahead.
Right now, I have the question that's almost the same but opposite, because New York is a Democratic run city for the most part, and we have these issues where different, because this is just the one that's being promoted right now because it's happening a lot. What is the Democrats doing to resolve some of these issues for the mentally ill? Instead of having them going in and out of prison for this, that, and the third, what systems are they putting in place that keeps things like this from happening?
Well, hold on. What are you saying? I'm sorry. What is your question? Make it clearer.
What systems, what policies, what laws, what amount of monies are they putting toward correcting issues like this, where this person right here may not really be a criminal, but because of this situation, because I've heard some of the stories where he lost his mom or whatever, certain age or whatever, he's been trying to make it off of his Michael Jackson impressions and this, that, and the third, or whatever. Not necessarily a bad person, but because of his situation, having some mental challenges, what is New York doing to assist him with his problems so that he's not becoming a nuisance to the public?
Well, they're not doing a good job. I would say that they are putting money into police is their answer. And that's the reason why they keep on hiring more and more police. They have more police on the subways and so forth and so on. That's their answer for that. And it's not.
Have you actually looked into what they're doing? New York is the one that's letting them out with zero bail on pretty much anything except assault
Murder.
with a weapon charge or anything worse than that.
I think bail reform is a good thing. I think that arresting people, holding people in prison just because they don't have in jail
Y-
because they don't
Yeah.
have money is not what we should be
Well,
doing. So I think
well,
that's actually a good thing.
well. I think that
Ye- I
that
don't think you're seeing the big picture that I'm talking about. I'm not
well,
talking about all that, but
because bail
yeah,
reform is a good thing. I think bail reform is a good thing, but we're not talking about like people
absolutely.
with
But a revolving door
petty crime,
policy is not.
petty crimes where you irritating somebody on a train. That's not really a crime, in my opinion. You know, like I hear
Absolutely.
that there's kids that's getting on my damn nerves.
Of
Just from
42 of his
on
charges,
TikTok.
4 of them are assault. Those are the only ones I think should ever be considered in any discussion about
No,
that.
no, 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 no. Assault, I think is bullshit too. If it's battery, that's one thing. But just if you really understand what assault doesn't have to be you ever touching anybody. It could be just verbally saying something to somebody. It's assault. But when we're talking about battery, that's you putting your hands on somebody. So those like assault is not like definitely something that I would consider a something that somebody deserves to be taken to jail for or whatever. You can be disorderly, this, that, and the other, but that's it I really think that's a misconception because people don't really know these definitions and what they really add up to.
Well, to
And
answer your question better, is the social programs are what they are. You do have Democrats in New York who pushing for more of these social programs, social services, social workers, and putting money into that to help. Money going to mental health facilities and people going out in the public and trying to make a difference, offering programs that these people can get help. But these are the same programs that get cut because they don't have the budget or whatever. They don't want to spend the money on these things. They'd
well,
rather spend the money on the police, and that's where the money tends to go.
no, because
More police.
now I'm working in the government contracting and things like that, and where some of these funds, a lot of them get cut is because nobody steps up and uses those funds for the things that they're for. So like we actually should have way more people involved in that, and that's like creates income for you. But you know it's a tough field. That right there, I would say, is a tough field because I don't want to. I don't know if that's something that I would actually want to commit my life to is dealing with what we consider crazy folk or those types of things. I might end up in the damn house. Like I might need to once I check clock out. I probably had to go check into a cell myself. But a lot of those things are getting cut because there's nobody actually stepping up to cover those things, and those funds are there. Like even like the VA, like there's
That's the
hundreds
reason
of
why you
me.
have to have people to go out in the community and let these people that they become a bridge for these people because these people don't know that these opportunities are there that they can take advantage of. So you need people to go out in the community to actively communicate the opportunities and connect these people to these opportunities. That's the reason why you need more social workers. And I totally understand it's not for everybody to want to do that job,
Yeah,
but we need that. So, and
we
then
do.
there's people out there who
Indeed.
would love to do that job and really do want to help.
Yeah, no, and I get it because I look, I share whatever information that I have, that as much as I can, to because shit, I don't want to be the only, say only person in my circle or the few people in my circle that that utilizes the resources to their benefit. A lot of these things like these are tax dollars that we've spent that can recycle because, you know, that's the main thing, is to continue to cycle this money back around and around to more of us, where this system really works for more people. But you know, if without people utilizing it, and or even knowing that it's available for them to use that way, yeah, I mean, I think that's other places that we're falling. But those of us that do know should be passing it on. And because if you got friends or family or somebody that does want to do that, and you say, hey, I got a friend that they're interested in something, then I'm like, hey, give them my number and I can guide them down the route for them to get where they want to go to. So
Let me read some of these retweets, because this is the stuff. How the people are reacting to this story is what I'm talking about here. How much people really don't give a fuck, like, and hateful, and mostly because this guy is a black guy. It's racism, it's hate. Let me read some retweets.
And there's bots, and there's people that's just stir up the shit just to make things think more.
Yeah, but this is a representation of what people are. I'm seeing it all over the place. So these are not all bots. I'm saying that.
But listen. The way the law of attraction works, the more you can focus on certain things, the more of it you're gonna see. Like, to me, like, personally, I try to stay out of like what everybody.
I get what
it's
you're
the
saying.
algorithm. It's why I've got 3 different accounts.
Yeah, and this keeps people distracted. Because I mean, like,
I'm saying this is a reflection of our society. Okay, this is where we are. This is us. That's my point.
But only people only want to agree with the bots when they're talking about Trump and Russia. They don't think about it on everyday things like this, where this is to stir up confusion and get people pissed off at each other, when it's a computer or AI bot that's doing it. Like, not to say that there aren't some people.
I'm seeing it across the board. People are on both sides of this issue, and it just shows, how horrible people are. That is my point. That's the reason why I'm covering this.
And you're playing into it, because those very same horrible people are going to be the ones that's going to fall victim to each other. Like, when everything else falls down, they're going to attract each other, and they're going to kill themselves. Like,
I'm trying to put a lens that shows
where
we are in a society. So
you're trying to magnify.
No, I'm not trying to magnify anything. We need to realize where we are as a society so that we can deal with it. If we act like it's just bots and it's not people that really feel this way out there about this topic, then we're kidding ourselves.
But there's different topics that you rather believe that it's not that way. So that's the thing, bro. Like,
I don't know what you're saying.
There are conversations that you will argue the opposite for. That is not that bad, and is this, that, and the third. Like if this is the algorithm that you're on, and you want to focus and magnify that, you go ahead. I'd rather not be a part of that, because what is that noise?
I don't know.
But I'm like, personally, I don't agree with going at that angle. I mean, you can magnify it and piss off more people, and put them in the mind state of that, whatever. But
how can we move forward as a society if we can't even acknowledge where we are? And that's just like what we were talking about with the history. We have to realize that we have these hateful people that are in our society, so that we can deal with this and move forward. If we pretend that it's not a thing that's happening, then things continue to be the same way that they are.
I thought that was the discussion we've been having this whole last year and a half that I've been along.
That's what I'm saying.
It's shitty on both sides.
I'm not saying it's
both
not.
Sides are full of hate.
I'm not saying it's not. I don't disagree with that at all. At all, at all, at all. So, all right, let me read some of these. These are underneath the tweets.
Why don't you mute Deuce?
I got it. It says, if this is okay, these are the tweets underneath that tweet. The one about Daniel Penny has raised $1 million in legal fees. Meanwhile, the funeral for Jordan Neal has only received 60,000. And what I will say that the point of this post is to like pull at people's heartstrings
Yes.
or whatever. And why the hell? I mean, like the guy is dead, so getting money is not going to make any difference.
See, yeah,
But
giving him
listen,
$1 million is not a funeral is not gonna cost like he don't.
but the point is that people are willing to give all of this money to this guy who killed him.
But under what? Say, bro.
So that just them being ugly. Okay. So underneath the tweet, it says, first one, it says, if this is accurate, God, American society is pathetic.
Every time you talk about him, you say it with such disdain in your voice.
Yeah,
this motherfucker that killed him.
Because he did.
Have you put yourself in his shoes?
In whose shoes?
You do understand that this was an exciting, violent moment that happened in a quick reaction, and the guy had no intention of murdering this guy.
How can you say that?
Because he did. So most likely,
because I've watched the video for one.
You know
because
that this
if he
guy
was
had
trying
no
to kill him, people would have been trying to stop him.
Look,
and that's your assumption that he's wanting to murder, and you're basing all of it on that.
No, the result is that he killed him. I didn't say that he wanted to kill him. You're assuming.
Just sat there and said how.
I said he killed him. I keep saying he killed him. He murdered him. That's a fact. That is a fact. You're saying that he had no intention of killing him.
At what point have I denied that? I'm saying you are saying it with a disdain.
Murder? I should be happy about somebody murdering somebody?
Who said be fucking happy? I said be fucking neutral. I said observe. Try to figure out what happened as a human being instead of saying this guy's an evil motherfucker.
I am a human being, and I have feelings, and I don't condone murder.
And neither do I.
So yes, I'm gonna say it with disdain. Totally.
But you're saying it about the person, not the act.
The person who killed the person, yes. I'm saying it with disdain. Totally. And how can you possibly say that he didn't have no intention of killing this guy? You don't know that. You can't say that.
You don't know
he did.
I didn't say that he had an intention.
But
I did not say that.
Don't. But your actions, the way you talk about him, says you have made your mind up.
He killed him. That's the results of his actions.
And no one has argued that.
So what are you saying?
Say, bro, like there's a lot of, because see, we talk about me, I carry it wherever I go.
I'm saying that you take sides and push them really hard.
If I'm not necessarily in danger, but
the side of the fact that he killed him.
Say, bro, just listen, because
not argued with at all.
Say, bro, listen, because even though he might have been okay, the Marine dude, he wasn't feeling in danger, but because he saw other people feeling endangered and that he could protect somebody, he took it upon himself to help those others who were more defenseless or that was not in the same physical position as him to be able to at least attempt to take control of the situation. If I was in the same situation and I end up killing somebody, it wasn't going to be intentional. And that's why I asked you earlier, have you put yourself in the shoes of the guy? Because no
one was in mortal danger. No one was in mortal danger.
You know of, because there was no
justification for lethal force. Period.
The way our media presents certain things.
He choked the dude out for like 15 minutes. Like, this is over the top. Like, there's no justification. I'm sorry.
You have seen the video,
bullshit.
Right?
That's bullshit.
I watched clips of it. I ain't watched the whole thing because I don't like watching that shit.
It was not no 15 minutes. Because
okay, yeah.
It was. That's what it was. It was a long ass time.
no. 15 seconds is a long ass time in a situation like that. 2
It
minutes.
wasn't no 15 seconds, bro.
But no, listen. I didn't say it was 15. I'm just. But the whole point of the matter is you. This is one of your stubborn points right now, is by ignoring the fact, because you would prefer to be angry at the whole entire this, because everything about this is fucked up. I agree with you. It's fucked up. But at the same time, somebody who was looking out for the people is now being demonized because he tried to help. And because somebody died in the situation, because look, this, I know maybe I sound fucked up because I'm just trying to be fair, but that's what the world needs, is somebody to be fair, not just jumping on one side and only lean that way. Let's get some balance to the situation, because like I said, he didn't get on the train looking for somebody to choke out.
And the other guy didn't get on the train looking to be killed.
Okay, but at the same time, his
And the other
aggression is what
civilians
led to.
weren't getting on the train hoping that someone would be yelling at them and threatening them.
Which happens every day on the train in New York.
But that's also
So that makes it okay, right?
We shouldn't accept as a norm. Like, that's the other part. Like, we
should choke out and kill every person that gets on the train and acting irate.
Stop it, Chaka.
See,
Stop it, bro.
This happens the more
and
he
you don't consider yourself an extremist, do you?
No.
Of course not. But that is so extreme, bro.
I was trying to highlight the visceralness that this event has caused, and how people are reacting to it.
Okay,
and
yes,
how, and
I
it,
get
the
that.
You're
reflection that it
reacting
shows,
in a extreme visceral manner to this.
I get this. I get what you're saying, because okay, the people expressing their views of this very same people who were not there either to try to take a side is ignorant too. Don't join in on the bullshit.
People on the internet are assholes and idiots because they're safe behind their computer screens.
And those are the same people who walking around.
Of all of them.
And those are the same people that are walking around in our
But
society.
you can't
They
judge
but those
all
are the same
society by
little
the
bitches that ain't
internet.
gonna look. Those are the same little bitches that ain't gonna do shit when it's time, when the shit go down. Like those look, those are what they call a keyboard gangsters. Man, say, bro, look, that's a bunch of fucking shit. They joining in on the conversation just to have something to say because they fucking bored and don't have a fucking life. Like, bro, that's why I say don't become a part of this. Like, I mean, look, we're all attached to the overall universal mind, and I think that at some point we need to learn to detach from the bullshit. And those people that's making those comments, if they're all even people, if any of them are people, because like from things that I've experienced and I've seen, like, bro, it don't have to be nobody. Like, within moments, within seconds of each other, like, there don't even have to be one human being in that thread. And here we are jumping in until somebody like us starts jumping in, because the beginning of it was just a bunch of just whatever, and then other people do start adding in. But that's the part, like, you should not want to be a part of that. None of us should.
There is a bunch of reactionary shit in people on these things. Absolutely. I'm actually part of several both conservative and liberal groups, and man, I can't tell you which group is nastier, to tell you the truth.
I don't. They're both sick, and we talk about the politicians, which, like, they're actually making decisions or whatever. But to actually hear, like I've been a independent ever since, like, I started voting when I was 20. So for the last almost 30 years, I've been independent. But it was because of, even then I saw that it was a bunch of bullshit and trying to, there was no real balance. Overall, we talk about it all the time that these, like, both sides are using us. They're all friends, and they're using whatever they can to keep us focused on bullshit so that we never get anything done when it's time to deal with them. Like, we stay distracted, and like this is just another one of those things.
The reason why I wanted to cover this is because I'm asking the question, where is the compassion? Where is the humanity? That it's just been replaced with hate.
Dude, you're not going to find it on the internet. The internet is not a place for that.
No,
The
you have
internet
to
is
find that in
where
your
people
own heart.
go to get and vent the nastiest crap out of them. And I'm
Yeah,
kind of glad in a way, because I'd rather them vent it in the internet in their little place where they feel safe than keep carrying it around in the world. The
Well,
problem comes when they get locked in these echo chambers
But
where
most
they
people like
start
most people like
reverberating
that.
the same
Say-
things.
Well, it's manifested in society in real life when you have somebody who decides to, get an assault rifle and go and kill a bunch of people at a outlet mall.
Well, and I hear that too, but at the same time,
Kind of like rap
we're
music
talking
and
about
gang
minorities.
culture had 3 guys with pistols killed 9 people and wound 32 others, but no one heard about that because it doesn't fit an agenda, does it?
That's beside the point. The point is that if the guy went out there and killed people
How
with a
is
pistol,
it beside the point?
Listen, if
you ignore it when that is also part of the problem. You're saying it's all this one problem, but it's not.
I was talking about the hate, okay, and it being manifested in society with the shootings. If it was
in that one specific way.
If I just use that one as an example,
of course, because that's your
okay. All right,
that's
so
your soapbox.
If it was an assault rifle or a pistol, it doesn't matter. Both of them are messed up, and it's the hate that's online gets manifested in our society. That's the reason why I wanted to talk about this, is because it needs to be addressed. We need to figure out how we can get people to not be so fucking hateful. They're hateful online, and then they go and they feel justified in society. So like the people who are all mad about the Jordan Neely the killer getting arrested or whatever, are these same people that's going to go out there and hurt somebody because they feel justified, to be a freaking vigilante justice and like feel like I need to bring the crime. I need to deal with all the crime on the subways when people are on there homeless and acting crazy. So I need to get on there and murder.
And video games make people violent and spoons make people fat.
I don't feel that that's true at all, because like the whole idea that these, because and maybe more people will see it the more that they pay attention, but these shootings, school shootings or mass shootings, if we're going to use it, mass shootings happen because somebody is trying to fulfill an agenda,
and they keep happening in zones that have been made easy targets by laws supposedly made to stop this in the first place.
Yeah, and they're pre-planned. They're figured, like these things are not random acts of of people. These are some groups that's trying to organize the disorder so that people can continue doing this shit that we're doing now. But if we didn't get so emotional about a lot of this and really deal with it for what it is, because a lot of us already know that this, like, every time you hear about a mass shooting, that's a part of their agenda to try to get rid of people's guns. And we know who wants to get rid of guns. So it's them and some group that they're conspired with, or maybe it's both sides, because see, that's the part that I'm really investing in more, to believe that both sides are complicit in this whole thing because overall, them having control, both side, either side having the control of people or being able to send out their goons to control us is their ultimate plan. So
Bro,
I
that's crazy talk to say that these people who do these mass shootings were funded by somebody or organized by somebody. That's crazy talk, bro.
well,
Now,
you can
saying
call
that the
me
media
as many
is
names as you want.
There are reasons to question. I'm not saying every single one of the shooters, but there are reasons to question 3 or 4 of them at least
Why the
for
manifesto hadn't come
unusual
out about
fundings.
the Tennessee shooter yet? Well, how come nobody gets to see that, huh?
How come the only place that they showed their picture as a trans person and told their trans name was in the European news?
the way I can agree with you on the way the media covers things, okay? And
You don't
that
have to.
part,
I don't need you to agree. I'm giving you my point of view. You can view it however you want.
okay. What I'm saying is, how could somebody organize all of these shootings? That's crazy.
Easy.
That's crazy. That's
Say,
really
bro,
crazy.
that makes more sense than just a random act of just like there's more purpose to it than to them than just somebody just saying, oh, you know what, I'm just gonna go kill some kids. No, this is to build up emotion for
No,
people
the
because
Uvalde guy I think was financed by somebody, but
that's no
yeah,
doubt. There's
he
no
did
doubt.
absolutely just say, yeah, I'm gonna go do that today. I think if he didn't do it then, it would have happened within a few weeks, and it may have not been the same school, but I
He
still think
had
it
to
would have happened.
he had to do it.
I mean,
But most of them
I
think
don't
that
have
they're going
enough
to get.
pieces to
Most of
draw
them think
any
they're going to
bigger of
get
a
away with it.
picture.
Most of them think they're going to get away with it, and they're just going to end up having a better life because they're a martyr, or that this group is going to support them and take care of them wherever they end up. Like most of them don't believe that somebody like me or somebody that's somebody that's got the same mindset will fucking knock your head off because you fucking with children or you
No,
even
these guys think they're going to go to prison and be stars here. Yeah,
yeah,
they
yeah.
no. No,
Like
they go in. They go
Dylan
in. Look,
Roof.
they go in like looking like a little bitty ring, and the star becomes a huge freaking crater, and that crater is their behind.
Yeah, a lot of them think they're gonna end up like Dylan Roof.
They get treated real bad because one thing that these guys don't remember about prison is you don't mess with women and kids.
Oh yeah, y'all did see where Dylan Roof got his ass whooped in jail last week, right? Did y'all see that?
Which who?
I saw it.
Dylan Roof got his ass whooped in prison because one of the guards left him unprotected.
Let me cover this tweet right here. It says more than 1 in 5 adults with mental illness are uninsured in Texas, making it the worst state in the nation for mental health care, according to a new Forbes advisory study.
And it's funny how all just like the state is being picked on, the one who has the because for a long time it was the places that had the strictest gun laws have the most gun issues, and then but
Dude,
all of
they
a
whipped
sudden
his butt.
there was a switch where and to me that was a purpose switch. Like there's like, oh well, we can't just keep doing it in democratic states because we already on that board to do that. We need this to happen in a state that is more gun freely and where we need to change the laws for guns. So that's where it was a concerted effort to start these things start happening in Texas specifically. And guess what? Just within the last few years, a lot of Democrats from California just so happen to be moving over here into Texas.
So people from California moved to Texas and organized some gun mass death killings so that they can affect the laws related to guns.
I think yeah.
Okay, so this one right here,
as if we don't already know that these people are diabolical in their planning. I mean, just you know, you can live in La La Land as much as you want, and hey, you know what? At some point, if I can be proven wrong, I'll accept that. But until I can be proven wrong, that's what it is. That's how I see it.
okay, so but this one right here, the reason why I wanted to mention this one is related to what we was talking about, the mental health, because Abbott specifically is a guy who he had a press conference recently where because after the Allen, Texas shooting, you know, a lot of pressure about the guns and gun laws and so forth and so on. He did a press conference and he was saying, you know, we need to work on mental health, and that's what we need to focus on. And it's the mental health, and it's not the guns. So, and what I was saying was, okay, well, let's say it makes sense, but put your money where your mouth is. If you feel like the mental health is the issue, then why aren't you supporting it? So it says Texas ranks #1 among worst states for mental health care. That's what this article, Jen Rice.
Why
May
you said
4th,
why am I
2020.
not supporting it?
No, the Republicans, Greg Abbott, the him saying that they need mental health, then he needs to be putting money. If that's what he believes is the problem or needs to be fixed to deal with the gun violence, then why isn't he putting money in that direction? Why aren't the Republicans spending money? Republicans run Texas.
Well, because all right now, just because you know, like my understanding of how this whole thing needs to work is that okay, we're a union, and yes, there's certain things that we do on our own, and if we can afford it, but that's like the immigration thing. Like we're supposed to handle all the immigration issues by ourselves when it's a national thing, and it's because of international interferences or the way we interfere with
That doesn't work on this topic because we're talking about Texas specifically. So Texas they could be like, who cares what they're doing in the other states related to mental health? But we want to deal with mental health here in Texas, so we're going to spend money on mental health here in Texas so that we won't have crazy people doing mass shootings here.
Okay, so what is now? Is that where the money comes from for things like that? Because I mean, there's different levels to the game, and there's got to be, you know, because I would assume that most people, regardless of their party affiliation, feels that if it's a problem, that's something that we need to handle. But where does the funds come from? How do we pay the people to put them in place to be able to help these people, and also to, you know, make sure that
So they feel like it's a problem with the mass shootings and that mental health is the answer, is what they're saying in the press conference, but they don't prioritize having the money to deal with that. Where's the money going to come from? That's the argument.
But you know, I mean, because I mean, you know just as well as I do. I mean, you know, hey, you put up a good argument, but at the same time, it's faulty, because the whole idea, you know, because you try to promote, because you want to see guns gone yourself. You put more into that idea where there's still hammers and knives and other things that can be used by crazy people or by people who have mental health issues, will choose something else, even though the gun is gone now, but there's still something else available. So, you know, it shouldn't be just Republicans. That's, you know, this is a bipartisan thing, right? This affects everybody, correct?
It does, but the Republicans are the ones that run the show here in Texas. So they're the ones who's going to be able to decide on what the money is being spent on. And they don't want to spend money on mental health, clearly, because this article is saying #1 among worst states for mental health care.
I mean,
so how can you on one hand say that mental health is the issue and that's what we need to focus on to deal with these mass shootings, but then you be the worst state in the union on spending money on mental health?
And what's the difference in it? Because you say it's the worst, but all right, Texas is 3 states in one, so it's more. It's a larger area to cover. Insurance, which we would hope might cover, would or at least assist in the covering of it, but nobody steps in. Where does the money come from? Does it just come just from Republicans, or is that something that has to be
The
agreed
money
upon?
doesn't come from Republicans. The money can always come from the
Texas.
taxes.
It comes from Texas.
From that's everybody.
It comes from the fund. Thank you. I'm glad that you're starting to participate. So instead of trying to point the finger, because Texans never has just been Republicans. There's always been Democrats too. So like you're trying to make it a political thing when we're talking about something that deals more so with our sociality, our morals, our things that can make us better as people. So pointing the finger at one group does not make this work better. It never really does. Even when I do it as a Democrat, I'm purposely trying to point the finger at Democrats in certain situations, even though it's a people thing. So I get it, and I ain't mad at you, but at the same time, like, if you really want to see something change, you just got to get in and get involved in, okay, what can I do to make this thing progress?
It's not pointing fingers. It's the point. The point is, whenever we talk about the mass shootings, these guys say it's mental health. Okay, if it's mental health, then where is your support for mental health? What are you doing to improve mental health? It's just a talking point. It's all bullshit.
Well,
and that's the point I'm making.
I don't think it's I don't think it's just a talking point, because at least there is some sensible ways to come up with what the actual problem is, so that there is a focal point on trying to fix the problem, because you got to designate or figure out what the problem is, and to find sensible ways to be able to fix that. But most people end up having things are getting magnified when you have when more problems exist in your life. So I mean, I've been saying this for the longest, and you're like, oh, well, you're always talking about money. But money fixes most problems for people, because they don't have to stress about a lot of the things that can be resolved. When people are homeless, they can't afford a home. That's the root problem of not having the home, is because they don't have the money. People, being able to feed themselves, they don't go out and rob places, because if they have the money to feed themselves, they don't go and try to steal from stores or rob people so that they can eat tonight. So yes, a lot of the core issues goes back to money, but overall, those are the things that magnifies the issues that we see. So we have to have a good economic base. That really will help most people. You can't, because I mean, if you think the solution of putting people in padded rooms and just locking up every damn body, guess what? One day it's going to be your day. So you got to be careful about that whole idea, because I mean, we can promote mental health, but like I said, I mean, a bunch of people living with lies, living like dealing with the lies that our society has come up with, and pretty much we're like selling it wholesale to all of our schools, indoctrinating people, instead of giving a certain a certain level of truth, so that, or not just a certain, just like maybe everybody can't handle the full truth, but there has to be a lot more truth than what's going around now for things to really get better.
Let me read this article really quickly. It's short. It says more than 1 in 5 adults with mental illness are uninsured in Texas, making it the worst state in the nation for mental health care, according to a new Forbes advisory study. Researchers also found Texas is home to the highest percentage of adults with a cognitive disability who could not see a doctor due to cost, and the highest percentage of youth who had a major depressive episode in the past year and did not receive treatment.
See, we are officially number 50 out of 51, with only Washington, D.C. being worse for mental health.
7 of the 10 worst states for mental health care are located in the South, including Texas, Mississippi, and Alabama. Several of the best states are located in northeast part, including Vermont, which topped the list. While 42.6% of youth in Vermont who had a depressive episode over the past year did not receive treatment, that figure soars to 73.1% in Texas, and 40.6% of adults with a cognitive disability could not see a doctor due to cost in Texas, which was double the rate in Vermont. In total, the study looked at 7 metrics to determine the rankings. Mental health needs. Hold on. Yeah, they're going to cover the whatever. Let me move on. It says, in Texas, 13.8% of children with private health insurance do not have coverage for mental or emotional problems, the 4th highest percentage in the nation. Researchers also found Texas ranks 5th for having the fewest mental health treatment centers in the nation, only 41.92 per 10,000 businesses. The Harris County Jail is considered the state's largest mental health facility, according to the Harris County Sheriff's Office. That's interesting. It says among the 9,646 people currently residing at the jail, 80% have mental health indicators and 30% are on psychotropic medication. They said 80% have mental health indicators. Those are the people in the jail.
I really, if you could send that, because I want to understand the metrics on how they're.
When you're in jail, you actually have more mental health indicators. But somewhere between 60 to 70% is not unreasonable mental health issues, especially for repeat offenders here in Houston.
Well, that shows that we need to deal with this mental health issue. Instead of locking them up, putting them in jail, that's not helping them at all. At all.
No shit. But also, hey, I'm such a capitalist. I maybe, that's part of my problem. But I think people operate better when the economy is better. People somehow just end up doing some of the craziest shit when they ain't got no money.
And nobody can argue with that. But look, I'll jump on that on whenever they be talking about crime in the Democratic cities, talking about the Democrats don't know how to run a city, and the crime is out of control. Then I would go to the point that you just made about the economic conditions of these people in these cities.
I don't care. Like, honestly,
and
like
that being the reason.
Yeah, honestly, like a state is a state is a state, and I know, like, because I mean, just like
I can't hear you, or can y'all hear me?
I can hear you. You can't hear me?
Now you're back now. You wasn't there a minute ago.
Oh, I didn't do anything, but anything different. But either way, like, a state is a state is a state, as far as I'm concerned, because maybe we have leaders. Because I mean, there's some differences that the way the idea of how to get things done is uniquely different, but overall, like, we're people on this landmass, regardless of your culture or whatever, blah blah blah. Like, I really feel like that whole Democrat Republican thing really kind of distorts the way we really can really deal with these things. So, and of course, there's a way to talk shit to each other, but when it all breaks down, like, we're humans, we need the same shit. And some of us believe that the system that we under is better, but if it's not serving you, how about trying something different? You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm just saying that those arguments, when they say Democrat run cities or whatever, it's disingenuous. And it goes to your
I
comment about the
I'll
economics.
admit, I admit it, but yeah, the economics is screwed up. Like that's a lot of
So that's the
really,
real cause of it, not that it's a
but
Democratic ran city.
well, no, well, to some extent, because I mean, we got to think that the people, the ideas that's being used in those cities, just like our country is being run by Democrats, and it's been run right down in the hole, and within just what 2.5 years. You know what I'm saying? Like a significant difference than what we had even, you know, even before. Like, and it's like nobody can really argue that. You know what I'm saying? It's just the truth. So some of the decisions that's being made that's openly done in those popular circles, in those democratic circles, they feel like that's the way to handle it. Sometimes that's just, you know, what the outcome ends up being. Now, are there Republican cities that doesn't have some of those same issues? Yeah, they do, but not in the same to the same multitude that we see it when, you know.
Well,
And that's just a way to another a metric of how we can try to explain something away based on one word. Oh, it's some Democrats, or oh, that's some Republicans. Because y'all look at it, yeah, like a lot of Democrats look at it the very opposite, but they still complain that, because like I said, I look at Louisiana where I grew up. It wasn't the same when Republicans, you know, I wasn't even in agreement with Republicans like that, but things were moving better and under a better rule when Republicans was in office, governor and mayors and this, that, and the other, than it is when we see a lot more Democratic governors and mayors in Louisiana. So, and that's kind of how, you know, just me just on the outside looking at how certain things perform. Damn, things work better with this group than it is with this group. So, you know, but with them as a majority, shall I say, because it's still Republicans there. It's just that they don't get heard, or, you know, the things that they want to try don't get worked on. But I'm also under the belief that certain people are purposely trying to ruin certain areas so that they can have a reason to do something about it. They don't want these things to be harmonious in a lot of these different areas. Just like we're starting to see a lot more disruption in Texas than we've ever seen. And we've always had immigrants coming in, maybe not in the same pace, but the pace that we're seeing is for a totally different reason. We've always had drugs coming in through Texas, but for some reason it's been organized in a way that it was way smoother than what we're seeing now. But, you know, we also seeing what's the new drug that they got out now, that's killing everybody. I mean, things are shit's different now. So we just really, you know, yeah, I poke the bear with my tongue, with my, you know, my words from time to time. But
I did not need that mental image.
huh?
Say, I did not need that mental image in my head, and you poking a bear with your tongue.
Well, with my words.
Yes. So let's go into this one. It says worthless money from the U.S. money printer goes up in smoke, and they'll just keep printing more money until the system collapses. But no money for infrastructure in the United States, just money for coups, regime change, ops, and more weapons for Ukraine. This is how empire dies. So, but check this out. This is a new development in the Ukrainian war. They blew up a ammunitions depot right here. It says, according to information, the value of the ammunition destroyed in the Kamianetsky ammunition depot is about $500 million. So these are pictures of the explosion. So Russia blew up an ammunitions depot in Ukraine.
Think about it. $10 million per state to put toward infrastructure. Roads, cleaning up parks, hiring people at minimum wage to go out and clean up parks and stuff like that.
I do believe that Chaka forgets some of these things. So sometimes I feel responsible for reminding him.
I think a good
when a lot of this
program.
Because me and him had the same sentiments in the beginning of this Ukraine thing, and I'm not saying that you have a different stance now, but with the way, because I don't know your point with what you're saying right now, so I'm just gonna throw it out there. But in the beginning, we were both talking about the reasons why they wanted to go up against Russia, and really trying to find any way. There was solutions that they could have made a long time ago that would have been beneficial for everybody.
Dude, 45 made that whole situation a nothing burger. He had de-escalated that whole situation up there when he was president.
But see, that's the whole thing, is that there were many solutions, and even the Republicans were end up going along with this because for whatever reason it benefits the elitists, the elites,
because BlackRock and Vanguard own their friggin' campaigns. They can't get reelected without them. And somebody in Ukraine's got dirt on our potato in chief.
Well, that's one thing that I think that
that's what
us
I think.
as a people, we need to, well, I don't see, because that's the thing. If he was as involved with that whole situation the way that people believe, like, he would be president again this term. Like they wouldn't have gotten rid of him. Like, just like how y'all saying, like, these other people can't get in office without.
Well, no, they wanted it. They wanted it to happen, and he stopped it from happening, which is one of the reasons he had to get out.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So that's what I'm saying. But a lot of people don't see it as him looking out for us as Americans, trying to make America. And I don't know how people get mad at MAGA, make America great again. Again or ever, or just trying to make America great has been so distorted, and I just don't understand it. But he has made clear actions to show that his interest is more in us than those other people who are just as rich as him or richer than him. Like, I really don't see how a lot so many people miss it.
The thing that got a lot of people for him, and most people don't remember this, was the very first debate. No, it's the very first debate where he was up there with Hillary and a couple of others, and they're all talking about, it's not like that, it's not like that, and Hillary yells out, "Well, how can you prove that the system is rigged?" And Trump pulls the microphone, walks to the center of the stage, and says, "I know the system is rigged because I use the system."
Yeah, I benefit from that same system. So,
and when he said that right there, he became an enemy of the corporations.
Well, and I know that to be true, because it's like, okay, wait a minute, you being too real.
And literally the next day, the internet exploded anti-orange guy.
Well, yeah, but that's not from the people. That's the bots and the people that's trying to make him look bad. Because, like, my thing is, regardless, like, anybody that gets put out on a limb, because this is something like, this is like a golden rule. Whoever gets demonized the most is helping the people, the majority, the most. And that's just like, that has been that way, like, for as long as I can remember. So, that's how they try to do Gaddafi. That's how they try to do because I believe Obama wanted to do more than what he did, even though like he was propped up, he was placed and all this, that, and the other. But he did want to make a bigger legacy for himself than he did, because he looked like he did more when he was in office, but as he got out of office, you could see that he really did nothing.
Well, the point of this post was like, remember the other day I had that tweet where the guy was talking about everyone should donate to Ukraine. He was like, I donate money out of my own pocket, and y'all should do it too. And the point is, so this is where the money goes right here, and up in smoke right here, because this was an ammunition depot that was blown up by Russia. And this, it says the depot is about $500 million. So,
but that's the thing. But that's why war is like one of the biggest things that they can, like, especially like I'm gonna say especially on the Democratic side, but period, for the United States, for the rhinos that exist, or let's just say either side, like for the United States, or the politicians, the ones who are usurping, who's using this monies that because all they got to do is give a good enough reason for us to say what happened to that money. You know what I'm saying? They can lie. It doesn't matter. Like, as long as they have a reason to say this is what happened to it, they can continue to divide these big sums of money between each other, and we're poorer, they're richer, and they continue doing it because it's an easy way for them to make money.
Yeah, so that's the point of this. And then it says, but no money for infrastructure in the United States. So it's, they always say, where's the money going to come from when we talk about stuff like infrastructure, schools, hospitals, anything that helps the people, social programs, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, SNAP, which all of these services are being cut. So because they saying that they don't have the money for that stuff, but they somehow seem to be able to find the money to send over there to Ukraine, just so it can just get blown up and wasted.
Just using common sense, does it or does it not? Like, I mean, because my thing is these people are super intelligent. These are like, most of these people are very, very smart. They know the world. They understand the world better than most people. Is it purposely done or not? Is it an accident that a lot of these things are happening, or is this just the way the world is moving, or are they conspiring and constructing things to fall the way that they fall?
Yeah, it's definitely constructed.
Just like those kids, those people going in and these mass shootings, the same way.
No, come on, man.
Yeah, it really is.
No,
like it's purposely done, bro. Like, these people are like, I know like it's a hard pill to swallow, because you would hope that people weren't being that diabolical to choose to go in and kill children just to be able to overall be able to control the entire world. So that, the only country in the world that has the largest military, because the people of America has guns. Pretty much everybody has guns, multiple guns. Like, they have to bring us down so that to that extent, so that they can be able to have the one world government. Because we start seeing them fucking over other people, we're gonna do something about it. We'll bust their head, and then we'll start heading to other countries and busting their head. So, like, it's all conspired. They're trying to push it along, like they're desperate to make these things happen while they are still in power.
Let me play this Trump clip right here about the Ukraine war.
Absolutely.
Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I don't think in terms of winning and losing. I think in terms of getting it settled, so we stop killing all these people.
Great
follow
answer.
up on that? You
But
said
one
you
of the
don't
things
think
you
in
have
terms
to
of
do is
winning
you
and
have to get
losing.
you have
Mr.
to get
President, can I
Europe.
just follow up on that because that's a really important
Excuse me, let
statement
me
that
just
you just
follow
made
up.
there. Can you say if you want Ukraine or Russia to win this war?
I want everybody to stop dying. They're dying, Russians and Ukrainians. I want them to stop dying. And I'll have that done. I'll have that done in 24 hours. I'll have it done. You need the power of the presidency to do it.
But you won't say that you want Ukraine to win. You
You
said
know what
when
I'll
you were-
say? I'll
when you
say
were in
this.
office-
I want Europe to put up more money because they're in for 20 billion. We're in for 170,
But
and
that's
they
not
should
an
be.
answer about who
And they
should
should
win the war.
equalize. They have plenty of money. They should equalize. I got with NATO.
But I'm
When I
asking you
sat
about
down, I got
Ukraine
them
right
to.
I hate the way that they
She's the.
are
Go
with that
ahead.
shit. I hate the way that they are with that shit. Like the narrative is that you're supposed to support Ukraine.
No matter what,
So, and
no
she's
matter how
trying to
stupid
get
it
him to
is.
say that, oh, you want Russia to win, so then they can have an I got you moment and say, oh, you want to support Russia, you want to support the Kremlin, da 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 da. So like, but the narrative is supposed to be that I want to support Ukraine. You know, what if I did?
But
If
well,
if he had
that,
talked like this during the last election, he might have won.
if he
You
would have
know,
did what? No,
If he
no.
had talked like
The
that,
only
if he
reason,
had talked like he did in that, instead of
but it wasn't an issue at that time. As far as
instead of
Ukraine
the
and
way
Russia.
he talked and was acting during the election, if he had been like this, more reasonable, more direct, going, no, you're not going to trick me into this. I'm going to answer this way and not let you smack me around with
No,
your stupid questions.
let me
He
tell
would
you.
have gotten a lot better play.
Well, listen, let me tell you the
They
reason
made him
why.
react, and he did. He's not
The reason,
reacting to this one until he
but no,
finally
the
said,
reason
"You're
why
a
he
very
didn't
not a
become
nice
president.
person."
The reason why he didn't become president again at that time was because of everything that they had put in the minds of the people based on the
Oh no,
the
no,
DVOC.
he didn't
The
lose during the election. He lost before the election when they changed voting laws because of the beer thing going around,
beer
and
thing.
the beer virus that was the
What
pandemic.
that's what I'm saying.
When they
But
changed all the voting laws, it
it
made
wasn't just
all of
that.
it lean very, very heavily toward a more of a blue outcome.
Well, I'm gonna say this, because I mean, I'm not gonna say that that's out of you know that's out of the
It wasn't
perspective,
the voting in
but
the
it was
voting machines. It was the change
no
in the
no no
voting
no.
laws before it
Well, well, that's what I'm saying.
that
That
made it
could be
happen.
that could be a part of it, but I think he lost a lot of support because his approach was not as popular, and a lot of people believed what the voices, the talking heads at the time was saying because they just had the media that coverage had way more
Oh yeah,
like
and there
they're more like they were more specific about what they were saying. Like people had nothing to go by, so they just trusted what was
a
said.
lot more people came out and hate voted against him because it was the thing to do too.
Well, yeah, but because he
Kind of
still
like
was
everyone
going
hate
off of.
voted for him to
But
not put Hillary in.
yeah, I
but
think that's
look,
how we got in. Really, the
he
first
But
got
time.
in.
I'm
Yeah,
still having problems swallowing that our potato in chief got more votes than 44 did during either one of his terms.
well, I'm not surprised because I mean, like there's a lot of people that will the swing votes they vote both just who based on whoever they think is the better at the time. They don't just stick to one party. That vote just leaned very heavily toward him because it was a lot of common sense shit that he was it just makes it, and he just felt like somebody more that they could trust, and the also running on okay, he's gonna drain the swamp. Like a lot of these politicians need, they got to get rid of
Where you at?
the big politics and stuff. Like a lot of people believe in that. Like, why are we paying all these extra people and for things that of us still not getting shit done? Like our country is still in the same shape it was in the 80s, but we're spending more money for getting the same outlook, the same outcome. So I think that's what drew a lot of people in, but because of his difference of opinion, or of information that he was presenting for toward going into the pandemic, that's what made people fearful and scared that he wasn't going to handle it properly because he wasn't a politician.
Let me play this right here.
We're all going to do next. So let's get. Okie doke, folks. It is not news what happened tonight at 8 p.m. on another network, and there is no sense in fact-checking or replaying the highlights. We are not going to analyze the former president of the United States repeating lies, smears, and bigotry. We have all heard it many, many times before. However, what we need to do tonight is solve for how news organizations will cover Donald J. Trump, the twice impeached, indicted, liable for sex abuse private citizen, if he does in fact win the Republican nomination. It has nothing to do with what he did tonight. He did what he has done countless times before. The question we need to answer is what we are all going to do next. So let's get.
Well, I don't know what her point was, but CNN cashed in. Like, they don't care one way or the other. They were just getting clicks. And, this is a problem with the media. And we don't have any integrity. You know what I mean? They just want to make money. So they did the CNN town hall with Trump. And maybe they didn't agree with what he was saying or whatever, or maybe they didn't really want to give him a platform for.
They didn't have him.
his campaign, but they wanted the clicks. Like, CNN is dying, and they figured that this would be something good for their pocketbooks, and I'm sure it worked out for them in that way.
Over the last decade, the two main people that made money in the news or that got the views was Trump and Tucker Carlson. Like, these are the two main people. When you say their name, somebody's gonna stop and see what the hell is going on, whether it's it's great entertainment at the least, but at the same time, you might get something out of it. You learn something, because you can learn something from a fool too. But either way, she's to me seems to be very, very angry because somebody did put him on. But if they had the opportunity, or if he gave them the shot, they would have taken it. Even if it wasn't for her, like, the network would have the network would have invited him on if he would have come. So I think that the only way for her to even deal with it was to try to, because that's the main thing. A lot of these people are suffering because they're not allowing the people to be able to judge for themselves. They want to guide the narrative for people to decide the way that they want them to decide, instead of just allowing people to say, hey, you know what? Maybe I don't have all the information, but because of my alignment with the universe and God, whatever I hear, I'll be able to make the best decision for me. You know what I'm saying? And that's just not the kind of media we have anymore. And even the network that we thought you might be able to get a little more truth on, you're not even getting it there anymore, because shoot, the best way to get that at one point was really through Carlson. But
let me play this.
Let me ask you something. Let me ask you something. What rate of illegal immigration do we have in 2020? Do you know anything? I asked you a question. How long have you been in office? Do you know anything? How long have you been in office? I've been in office 11 years now. And this has been kicked the count during multiple administrations. Except you're okay. You don't get to argue with me. You asked your question. You asked your question. You don't get. You want to hold a press conference? You can do it over there. You want to hold a press conference? You can do it over there.
How are you?
So hold on. I'm going to answer his question. The talking point of the Democrats, which this media reporter happily parrots, is, gosh, the problem can't be fixed. There's one little problem with that. It is an utter and complete lie. In 2020, the last year of the Trump presidency, we had the lowest rate of illegal immigration in 45 years. You ask, what have I done? I've championed the men and women of Border Patrol. I've championed securing the border. I've championed Remain in Mexico. And we turned this problem around and solved it. And we went from Joe Biden inherited the lowest rate of illegal immigration in 45 years. And the first day in office, he made political decisions to cause this problem. And you should be ashamed of yourself because you're a reporter and you're not reporting facts. You're telling lies. Joe Biden made a political.
I hate that they cut it off because I don't really know what all he was talking about there. Let's read some comments. It says,
but what he said was the truth.
It says, sad to see how many people think we can't help these people. Poland took in 1 million Ukrainians when the war started, and yet we are flipping out because we have 10,000 people coming through. It's just a political game for the politicians, but real struggling facing these folks.
10,000? That's bad information. Wherever they're getting that from. 10,000 people a day. Is that what they mean? That meant? Because it's thousands per week. Like just last week, they was like at the border. They were saying there was 150,000 people already waiting to or trying to get in on right there at the border, like coming through the different countries coming up. Like they already know who's coming before they get there. Well, I say know who, but like they have a good average. 10,000 people is bullshit. Not to say that I believe that they shouldn't be coming and we shouldn't be helping, but like let's just keep it real. It's not just like if it was just 10,000 people, like, bro, that's and we take in 1 million every year at the least legally. That's what we know come in legally, and then of course there's others illegally that is still coming in and maybe coming and going, because we know that cycle kind of happens from time to time too. But just to say that we're tripping over 10,000, they really are mistaken.
Yeah, but they how many Afghanistan refugees did we take in? How many Ukrainian refugees did we take in? How many, you name it.
Those are the ones that we like, but we know those people, and those were already allies. And I think some of the biggest fears is that it's not just South Americans that's coming in that is running from asylum. There's also people that's coming that there's Asians, and like there's all different types of people that's coming in that potentially can be a problem for us going into the future. So I think that we still have to try to keep a process that is working, or that is, somewhat controllable, because we want to keep the people safe. I want to be safe. I want my families, not just my family, but our families to be safe and not be putting ourselves in a position that it's going to be harder for us to fix or something that we can't fix. So, I mean,
so Afghanistan refugees are safe. Ukrainian refugees are safe.
No, I'm not saying they're safe. We know who they are, and I mean we got problematic people. Period. Shit, we got some people who are not immigrants that are problematic. So I mean, I'm not saying that we're not gonna have to deal with any shit, and but my thing is that okay, we're already falling in the economic side, where people who have birthright to the economics that we built, and they're not getting any getting justice, but people who have not built into this R, and that's where I do have a problem.
So the Ukrainian and Afghanistan people built into our economy or whatever, like they
No,
should deserve the benefits of
no,
our economy.
no. But those are the people I'm including that shouldn't. But like I said, the only thing about them is that we know who they are. The Afghanistan Afghanis, you know, I think because I mean everybody's coming in here based on, you know, some situation that I'm assuming our politicians have caused. So I do have some uh you know, open-mindedness for them to be here, but at the same time, like for all of them to get $500,000 a year, or you know, shit, you know, at least that's the number that I remember hearing. But even if they're getting 100,000, it's way more than what people who have always been here and truly deserves the benefits of America are not getting.
I don't understand why there seems to be able to take in all of these refugees from these European countries and huge numbers, and it not be a problem. And they can't take in any people from the southern border because that's a problem.
Nobody's saying not taking any. I don't think anybody has ever said not taking any from the southern border. But that's the one, because see, the ones that's come from Europe, guess what? It was controlled on how they got here. Was it or was it not? It's out of
It
control who's coming and how many and how fast from the southern border, because there's not enough. Because I mean, like, we always have people coming through the southern border, but never at this rate. That's why it has become a problem.
Well, they paid for those people to come over here, the ones from Afghanistan and Ukraine. So that's the difference. Like they paid for it, they set them up, they gave them places to live, and all of this stuff.
Yeah, which is
So,
still somewhat of a problem, because those
but they're not
resources.
going to do that for those people coming through the southern border. So that's the reason.
No,
That's the huge difference.
That's a huge difference. But at this, like I said, I mean, you know, it's still a benefit for them to come, be able to be here. But for us, as you know, North Americans, people of the states, because you know, we're us as people, because of, you know, the limited resources that at least they're claiming that we have, the economic failures, like regardless of who it is and where they come from, it is slowing down any growth that we could maybe have. Like, but either
So,
way,
but those other refugees aren't slowing down the growth.
how
I'm
many
trying
times
to
I gotta
point.
how many times I gotta
I'm,
say it for you
I'm,
to
I'm trying
understand
to
it?
highlight what is the difference between the
Well,
people coming through this. Why is it the focus on the southern
I've
border
already said
crossings?
it. I mean, if you don't, if you're not gonna accept it, it don't matter how many times I say it, because
What
I
you
I
got
mean, I've
low?
already.
I didn't get it. Then I don't understand. What is the difference? You said that they're more dangerous.
I never said anything about them being dangerous. The rate that they're coming in, and like that's like it was. There's a number of people that came from Europe that, and it's cut off because there's no more floating on. There's nobody floating uh from Afghanistan to here. There's nobody floating from Ukraine to get here. It was a controlled effort, and
Because they paid
those
for it to happen. So that's what I'm
okay,
saying. I mean, they
okay,
paid for them to come.
okay, but that's
They're not
done.
paying for people to come from Mexico or south of the border. If they
Okay,
paid for them to come, then it would be on level playing field.
okay, and you know, like, it's not my
Yep.
decision to be able who's let in or not. You know, that's something that we're hoping that our politicians, our the people we pay, to be able to control that. But at the same time, if there's no, because they don't focus on Afghanistan and Ukraine the same way that they are for whoever, because they're saying it's not just, you know, Central and South Americans that's coming in through the southern border. It's whoever wants to. Like people will catch a flight into Argentina, into Chile, into whatever country that they can get into, and start coming up through the border from Asia, from Africa, from anywhere, from Russia, from like our southern border is allowing people to come through that is not, we don't even know who they are.
Your mic went low again. I can hear you, but it's low.
Yeah, I think my battery, my headset is low, so that's probably what's going on. Like it's been beeping in my ear that it's low, so I'm just trying to hold on until the end of the show.
Yeah, so the point that I'm making is you know, we got people coming in through the northern border. We got people coming in through boats on the coast and the Gulf, through the Gulf Coast. You know, but the focus tends to be the southern border. And I believe that the reason why that's the case is because it is made political.
No, I think it's mainly because that's where like people are uncontrollably able to come in.
Well, like I just said, they're coming in through the Gulf Coast. They're coming in through Canada.
The northern border is secure.
No.
Is it not, so? The southern border is not secure. How and
wait.
Let's talk about let's talk about it. I mean, because what do you know about how many people's coming in and like camping out in Montana and upstate New York, or like at what rate are people really? Because if they made it into Canada and coming, like most people will settle in Canada than coming into North America. I mean, not North America, into the United States.
I don't know where you could. That's an assumption. I mean, I don't know that they want to come to the United States. They want to live here. You know, that's the point. You know, for economic opportunities and stuff like that. They want to get jobs, so they feel like they have more opportunities here in the United States than they would.
It's assumed that there's more freedom here. So yeah, the mind fuck is worldwide. People believe that you got a better chance in you know, the United States than anywhere else in the world. But I mean, they get here and they find out. But okay, or you know, and some people live with that idea the whole time because I mean it's better than what they knew. So, you know, hey, I don't want to rob them of the joy, but either way, I mean, it's, you know, whether it's political or not, like it's pretty obvious with the concentration on the southern border, because I mean, if we took cameras to the northern border, are we going to see people just bombarding the northern border? No, we're not. I mean, that's assumed that can, and that's only going to be assumed. The southern border is the issue.
It's the issue because it's been made political.
Okay, I mean that's I mean, you know what? That's an argument. I mean, you can fight that because guess what? Neither one of us are on either one of those borders to be able to count and calculate or even, you know, really give a true assessment other than what we're seeing. So I mean, are we gonna construct a new conversation just for, you know, just for the sake of it, or, you know, are we going to deal with information that we have and roll with that?
Well, here's some information right here. It says 30 illegal migrants have been dropped off on Kamala Harris' front lawn after being bused from Texas. It says, watch as busload of about 30 illegal migrants may have been, it says, It says, watch as busload of about 30 illegal migrants have been dropped off on Vice President Kamala Harris' front lawn in Washington, D.C. After being bused by Texas Governor Abbott, as Title 42, which allowed migrants at the U.S. border to be swiftly turned away, has been expired.
I'm sorry. I don't know why I think this. I mean, it's funny to me, bro. Like the wars between the politicians.
Yeah, so but it's crazy to me. It's really insane, you know, if they're illegal and Abbott is busing them to Kamala Harris' front lawn, would that not be him aiding in illegal immigration?
Well,
or
I mean,
even
we would have to say the same thing for Joe Biden, because guess what? He's flying people to different states, and you know, and it's not sending them back to their home. Like they're sending them to different states that, you know, trying to, you know, equalize the, you know, or try to at least balance out some of the places where the immigrants are going. So, you know, by Abbott doing that, I mean, you know, I think that, you know, I don't think he's shipping everybody that he can, but you know, a bus ticket for a few immigrants to another place that is going to have more better resources, or at least some, you know, available resources for them, is very humane.
Yeah, but see, I don't know. That's like playing both sides, because it's like if they're illegal, you don't want them here.
There's
How can you be?
balance. There's no one-sided thing to it. Like, because I mean, it's, look, if you leave it to, like, all right, if let's just say, like, just think about, all right, instead of making these immigrants walk from, you know, because they're walking, busing, or you know, whatever route that they have to take to come out of South America into, you know, North America, you know, getting into Mexico and you know, into the United States. They're going through all of that, and then now for Abbott or DeSantis or whoever to say, all right, you know what, we don't really have enough space for you, but hey, you know what, I got a bus ticket for you to DC, to Virginia, to Maryland. I mean, well, DC, Maryland. I mean, DC is in Maryland, but but however, like, to different places, instead of them trying to figure it out or try to get there themselves, it's a benefit for them.
So, I'm sorry, this doesn't make any sense to me, because it's like, do you want them? Do you want to have an open border and allow everybody in, and
they're here
or do
now,
you want to stop them? So you're saying on one hand, we have a crisis on the border. We don't want to let these people in. We need to send them back to whatever country they came from.
I think
and then on the other hand,
they
I'm
need
gonna
a place
bust
to be.
them to
Look,
Kamala Harris's
Look,
lawn.
I think it's middle ground, because instead of sending them back to the destruction or the pains and things that they're running from, and them busing them, because they're happy. These
But
people get.
Pat, you just had a whole spat about these people being unsafe.
You're asking me from different perspectives,
and not knowing where they came from, and that it's you know, we don't know who these people
you're
are.
You're asking me from different perspectives. I have yes, I am difficult. Like, I mean, I have a different way of seeing it, or even be able to express it from different viewpoints. Like, I'm not simple to the point to where I only see it one way. I can see it in multiple ways, and from, you know, like, where it, because I think that we lost a bunch of people in the through the pandemic, where we need more people. We need, like, our numbers up. But at the same time, when we're having the argument of, you know, people just coming in, yeah, we need to have processes where we can keep up with who is coming and at least have some background and maybe even a way to catch up with them, especially when we're talking about children that's coming in that don't even see their family again for if ever.
The
So
post just said illegal immigrants. So then that means they don't have papers. So that means that they don't know who these people are.
yes, but when you don't have the right to be able to send these people back to where they came from, then you can help disperse them into places that are more welcoming or that can handle the the influx because they need people. They need
It's,
people for some of these jobs and whatever. Some of the
it
stuff
sounds
that like
supporting it based on who made the decision on which side of the aisle. So because it was Abbott who bust these people to
I was not
Kamala
angry with
Harris.
I was not angry with Biden because of his decisions to put people on an airplane and send them somewhere. Like I'm not being decisive that way. When we're looking at the picture and we're like there's different viewpoints that you can look at this one picture from, seeing it from different angles. You see certain things in different ways, and that's all I'm displaying. I'm not being hypocritical because I'm telling you, okay, no, like yes, it makes more sense for us to try to have a way to know who most of these people are, if not all of these people who they are. But at the same time, they're here, and there's laws against us even doing anything other than helping them. So regardless of who's doing it, these people are being helped overall because Texas can't take all of the millions at one time.
Okay, so do you want these people to be able to get asylum in the United States or not? That's the question.
My personal opinion, I believe these people, like, they're in this problem because of our decisions that was made by our politicians. So yes, I am very, and I've always said this, I'm very sympathetic to these people, and yes, they should have a way. But my but is like, I wish that we could have more understanding of who these people are. I think there's probably gonna be a few people that is problematic, but I mean, shit, we got those type of people here already. You know what I'm saying? Like, but yes, I think that we should be helping these people find good homes, and or even placing them so that they can get jobs and be able to create a way for themselves. I never said, oh, fuck them people and send them back. No, yet, no, like, I'm not, I wasn't a part of the train that said fuck those Haitians that showed up and they got turned around and sent back. I wasn't that person. But when we're talking, but when you ask a certain question, I'm answering that question.
Let me read some of the comments underneath the tweet. It says, our government uses immigrants as political props, cages their children, and or makes them and their children work in hot fields all day long for next to no pay. It's a complete disgrace what both Democrats and Republicans do to these people.
And I can agree to that to some extent. And like I said, I understand, because I really feel like the reason why Biden allowed these people to just free flow in or not to have as much restrictions is because he knows the shit that he's done internationally, in South America, North America, Afghanistan, like all over the world. They've done some fucked up shit, and this is one way. And then of course also to benefit themselves at the same time by having enough workers to do jobs that a lot of us don't want to do, and they're in a position where they'll take whatever they can get. So that's just like, that's the slave system that has been created for a long time.
And these people are mad at these people because they look good. Like, let me
Because
see.
they
It
look
says,
good.
well, it says, hold on, what did it say? They look pretty good for traveling 2K plus miles in the hard jungle to get there. Another one said, it said, did everyone on the bus get new clothes?
Some of them may have, because I mean, you know, there's some countries that's assisting them along the way. Like they can't stay, but you know, here, hey, y'all come on. Just like they got some places here that's giving some of them hotels until they can get better situations. They get in, they get a shower, they get dressed. Like maybe they had nice clothes to begin with. This is not like places that had nothing. Like people need to realize these people are displaced, you know, because of political reasons. Not that they were just totally broke, but they just want to have a life. They don't want to end up dead behind some stupid shit. So maybe they already had nice clothes. Somebody allowed them the opportunity to come through, wash their ass, wash their clothes, and all right, you know what? Hey, your journey begins again.
And let me read this one. It says, yeah, either a psyop or we also pay for their showers and new clothing. High probability of both scenarios, LOL. So it's these people hate these people so much they don't even want to see them in clean clothes. I guess they want to see them all beaten up and dirty and
Yeah, well, I
starving
mean,
and hungry.
I expect that
Guess
from
would
the
that make them
majority.
happy to see that?
I somewhat expect a lot of people to not really see the full picture because, you know, everybody's not thinkers. You know what I'm saying? Most people are programmed to just, oh, you know, and then they're trying to find a problem somewhere. So I somewhat expect that, and I don't really make a big deal about the ignorance of people because I mean that's our majority.
Crazy, crazy, crazy world we living in.
It is, bro, but I mean we're here to try to make some sense of it. So I mean these are good points you're bringing up for us to talk about, but some people need to really expand their mind because you know if you understood anything about any of these countries, it's not like it was just total chaos and destruction, you know, like for decades or like many years. Like a lot of this stuff really just kind of started happening recently. And really like I really think a lot of it is purposely done. Like the you know, by them, you know, pushing people up into North America. Like, you know, I heard a metric that worldwide we've already lost 1 billion people due to, you know, pandemic, shall I say. Whether it was the cause or the solution, we've lost about a billion people already worldwide. So in order for certain places to be able to maintain with those losses, they need more people to fulfill those spaces. Or, you know.
You just fell out of a coconut tree?
Let me play this because they're
Oh
saying
Lord.
she was acting weird.
She
Let me
makes me
play.
so
Everything is in
ugh.
context. My mother
Is
used to, she would give us a hard time sometimes, and she would say to us, I don't know what's wrong with you young people. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context of all in which you live and what came before you. Everything is in context. My mother used to, she would give us a hard time sometimes, and she would say to us, I don't know what's wrong with you young people. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
And this is her way
You
of trying to relate
exist
with
in the
people. Huh?
context of all in which
She buzzing. I think that's what they're trying to say. It says U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris appeared in public in a very strange state.
Yeah, bro.
She was probably buzzing.
I
Oh,
don't
this one
know.
it says
I
Speaker
know. I
Pelosi
don't.
has been
Whatever
grooming her
she's on, I don't
successor.
want. She's what?
It says Speaker Pelosi has been grooming her successor. That's funny.
Who is that?
It says this was just a comment underneath the tweet. It says Speaker
But
Pelosi
I'm
has been
saying,
grooming.
but her success, the person that's taking her place in the Senate is who?
Well, it's just a joke. They was talking about Kamala Harris.
Okay.
Basically saying that she's drunk and on drugs.
Oh.
Like Pelosi be.
Oh. Okay. It doesn't make total sense to me, but okay. I mean, she's vice president right now. She's not her successor. Okay. All right.
Yeah, it was just a joke. It wasn't, supposed to be, she's not the Speaker of the House, so.
Yeah.
This one, it says India to demand return of UK crown jewel. The colonial reckoning campaign supported by top officials in New Delhi will reportedly also target thousands of other items. So, the coronation happened recently. Charles, and one of the things that a lot of people were talking about was, that hat with the big jewel on it that everybody knows was stolen, and that they still have
the crown,
and it has a lot of value in it. Yeah, it's not a crown. It's the hat that he wears. It has a jewel in it. I mean, I guess you can call it a crown.
His fez.
It's not a fez. It shows it shows it right here in this. Can you see that? It has the jewel on top.
Hold on, leave it there for a second. Let me try to. The purple crown that's right there.
Yes, and it has the jewel on it.
Yeah, that's a crown. That's not just a hat. As far as I've ever, that would be considered a crown.
Okay.
But yeah, but yeah. So was that was one of the things handed down to him?
That was part of the coronation. They put the hat on him, and he's officially the king and all of that. So, but it's about the jewel that's in it. It's worth a whole lot of money, and everybody knows that it was stolen.
Mm-hmm.
And they're saying, they should give it back. So that's what's been in the
to what
in the
country?
News. It's I want to say it's a country in Africa.
Most likely. But, or I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm gonna keep myself quiet on that one.
Yeah. I kind of want to do a couple more before we go, but I don't remember which ones. I'm tired of talking about Ukraine.
Fuck Ukraine. And you know what? People really will get mad at you if you say what you like. I don't get it. Like, how do you screw people's minds up that bad to where, like, they don't even know really why they're fighting? All they know that they're fighting Russia, and Russia has been presented as the bad guy, so they support it mainly, not so much to support Ukraine, but mostly to go against Russia, and they don't even really know why they're mad at Russia. I'm talking about the people, like the average. I know why, the big politicians are mad at Russia, but why are the average everyday people mad at Russia?
Because they've been programmed to. The media tells you who to be mad at and who to care about and who to support and who not.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what I was getting at with the story with the Jordan Neely story, because
I understand. Yeah,
they're
I
saying that you should support that guy who killed the other guy, and and support law and order, and that's what you're supposed to support, and I
Yeah.
don't agree
Well,
with it at all.
well, and I'm gonna tell you, bro, because I mean, because of something that actually happened personally in my life that gives, makes me sympathetic, or at least try to hear the different sides, because I could have done years in prison for something that I didn't do. And of course, this is something we know, like we know he did, but the intention, like a lot of these things, like the different details matters, and for us to overlook those details and act as if they don't, because it's more beneficial to whatever narrative that we're stuck to, is not fair. It's not good to just do that. Now, when it's definitive, okay, let's roll with it, because guess what? Look, when it's when we know what we know, yeah, no, it's nobody can be upset with you for making your decision. But when there's like, details that could make a difference, shit, sometimes like there's people who's done, like I'm just the last 2 weeks, I've seen like about 5 different people that's getting put, and that's just what I've seen. I don't know if there might be more, but people who done spent like 30 years, 40 years in prison for something that they always told people, no, I didn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
So,
That's the reason why I don't agree with capital punishment, because if we're going to kill somebody for a crime, then we better be goddamn 100% sure that they fucking committed the crime. And I don't have faith in our justice system to be able to determine that shit.
yeah. And I'm with you on. I feel you, because I mean it just happens way too many times, and I mean, of course we know that when we're dealing with humans, like everybody's not being fair. Like some people just like, okay, like look, the problem is solved because we got somebody locked up for that crime, but you still if there's not enough, they want to be able to put somebody away for it, right or wrong, and that's like just not the way to handle a system. And like I said, like, and I've been saying this a long time, like we need to be more involved in what's going on within the government, so that we can be voices that keep people what you call it, not accountable, or not, what I'm saying, not allowing certain things like this to happen. Because shit, even just being a part of the jury, a lot of us avoid going to be on juries and be a peer to people who look like us, and at least help give some balance to what's going on. Like a lot of us don't even want to have nothing to do with that part of it. You got to go try to be a judge or councilman or none of that. Like, serve on the freaking jury.
Let me play this, because this is the narrative. China is bad. Let me play this.
Don't you think it's strange that when I share with you facts about what's happening with China right now, you reply to me about incidences from 50 years ago? You shout Tiananmen Square, and then you show me the Western version of Tiananmen Square. You show me English reporters of Tiananmen Square, reporters that don't speak Chinese, and you say, look how bad China is, look how bad it is. Your compassion and empathy has been successfully milked. The programming has worked. Instead of responding to the facts, responding to information, you attack emotionally the subject. Now, I love the East and the West. I see the benefits of Eastern culture. I see the benefits of Western culture. I think we all have a lot to learn from each other, and there's lots of win-win situations if we can get on the same page, because we're not on the same page, right? I can tell you about China, and your mind is rumbling with all these sound bites, these headlines, 30, 40 years of Chinese fear, yellow peril, red scare, right? If I say the word communism, if I say the word socialism, they sound very scary to the normal person who doesn't have time to get nerdy with all this stuff like I do. We all know American history. We all know what America has done around the world. We know about American military bases all over the world, over 700. But why is it that we don't attack America with the same boldness as we attack China? My theory, we prefer the monster that we already know. We prefer the beast that we already know. We fear the unknown, right? Most people don't want to learn Chinese. Learning a language is a lot of work. So, all this secondhand negative information about China over the decades, it really forms like this propaganda wall in the mind. So if I say something good about China, you're going to have cognitive dissonance. You're going to feel like I'm lying to you. It hurts inside. China is bad. What do you mean? What do you mean China is good? Or we should think about China with nuance. Think about what we are losing out on intellectually, creatively, when we can't discuss China in the present moment without constantly bringing up demonized versions of incidences from the past, from 50 years ago, 60 years ago. Ask yourself why your mind does that, only for China, but not for other countries, right? We know about atrocities that other countries have done in history, but why is it that when China has an internal revolution, even that's demonized? Why is it that I explain China's humiliation and 8 nations ganging up on China, you think, Larry's a CCP bot. He wants me to feel good about China. Why?
Why is that the case? I would implore you guys to freaking wonder that question too. You know, why is it so much China hysteria going on presently? Why, you know, are we like China is the devil all of a sudden? Like, where is this coming from? And what is the truth related to that, you know?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think that's an easy thing to answer, but a lot of people, I don't think really, you know, they're going to follow the narrative. And because most of us are what you call loyal people, and being loyal to the base and the people that you feel support you.
Patriots.
But yeah, I mean, I consider myself a patriot as well, but at the same time, I mean, we got to realize it's a power struggle, especially at this time in our history, if you want to call it that. But because there's people who's losing the war, there's different levels to war, because media is part of war, all these, but either way, China's winning, and they always demonize the people who are like the winners, because if they get all of the support right away, they lose right away. So they have to continue to control your mind on these different scenarios. I mean, am I that favorable to China? I can't say that that's the lifestyle I want to live immediately. Maybe I would like to visit, but I don't want to live there. You know what I'm saying? I'm not to that point, but I also will give them, there are the benefits, upsides to, that lifestyle, that form of politics and whatever.
Let me read some.
Okay, yeah, I was just gonna say I have come accustomed to what I've enjoyed as an American as well. So
let me read this. It says, because perceived U.S. adversaries must be dehumanized for the propaganda machine to work, Westerners are bombarded on many fronts, not just news, but movies, TV shows, and books. So basically explaining why, it is what it is with the perception of China.
Well, and I also want people to also, whoever's listening or may hear this at some point, we have to realize that these leaders, these world leaders, interact and make agreements that is not widely spread in the news. There's things that's going on in the midst, in the background, that is heavier in play than the things that we actually see and hear. So everything that we believe to be true, and how we live, there's something else that's already working in the background for that we'll see 20 years from now, or maybe even 100 years from now. So the idea that I've seen, like, we're supposed to move to where the East has the power again, because that's where, like, it happens like that from time to time. It moves. So it's their turn, and they're preparing the stage so that it can happen, and it maybe not be overnight, but it is slowly happening.
Let me read some more. It says, much respect. People in the West really shouldn't fear the rising of China, Instead, take the time to learn about China, the history, the revolutions, the culture. Chinese mentality is very different from the West, a culture that survived 5,000 years and still standing. Another comment says, human bigotry fueled by money. Thanks so much for your post. Another comment says, you can't even compare the two countries. Plus, the Chinese have a strong diplomatic culture because they are surrounded by many countries, unlike the U.S. That's why they can do all their crazy stuff, because they know they are safe, so they don't need to be diplomatic. I don't know if that's a informative comment. I have this on the screen. I have this about Walmart. Let's do this right quick.
Pick up the tab for public health care, income tax credits, housing subsidies, and food stamps.
Evelyn Dees used to work full-time for Walmart, but didn't have company healthcare benefits. She literally couldn't afford to pay for it, so she turned to government assistance.
What the public doesn't understand is that those everyday low prices are based on taxpayer subsidies. Walmart is getting away with it because they can.
Retail giant Walmart is encouraging its workers to go on welfare.
Instead of paying for its employees to have health benefits, she says Walmart is making the government take care of it.
In Florida, Walmart has more employees and family members eligible for Medicaid than any other company. Critics accuse the retail giant of using Medicaid and state programs for the poor as its health care plan.
This report from UC.
So it says how Walmart profits off poverty and foots the U.S. taxpayers the bill. And Walmart isn't the only company that does this type of thing. It's rugged capitalism for the individual and freaking socialism for the corporations. Basically, they get the benefits from the tax dollars, and the rest of us need to figure it out. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Stop asking for handouts. Meanwhile, the corporations get subsidies and mad tax breaks. It's a crazy system that we live under. And everybody's super ignorant. Not everybody, but a lot of people are super ignorant about it. Let me play this.
He can raise revenue. In fact, in tax cuts in 2017 passed by the other side of the aisle, we see wonderful tax cuts for yacht owners and private jets. But in order to balance our budget now, we're talking about cuts to SNAP, to food out of babies' mouths, instead of actually re-examining the inequities within our tax system. So instead of looking at climate and instead of looking at cuts to healthcare, we should examine why our colleagues in the Republican Party is so invested in protecting the wealthiest people in this society and would rather attack healthcare and services for our veterans than repealing tax cuts for yacht owners and private jets.
I think that she's making a very good point here. And this is what I was saying about the debt ceiling. The arguments about the debt ceiling and not having the money to pay the government's bills. But so then they're going to cut social programs because they don't have the money for it. But not that long ago, they did these tax cuts so that they took in a lot less money. So then they didn't say that they didn't have the money then. They just want to cut taxes. And now they say they don't have the money to pay for social programs. So it seems to me like that was the plan all along, is so that they don't want social programs. They don't want the regular folks to have anything or have any help, have any support. But they're willing to support, the ones that already have way more than they need.
Yeah, weird way to see things, because just being a normal person, you usually help people who actually need you, or or needed something or help. But I don't know. Don't get it.
Don't make sense to me. Oh man, I'm getting tired. It's probably getting to be about that time.
Yeah. I'm hanging in. I'm trying to hang on.
Holding on.
Yeah.
Freaking yeah, man. It's tough. We got Doc back. What was this? Free Julian Assange. I think it was like one more I wanted to do, but I don't remember what it was, and I can't find it right now. The old Joe Biden clips. I think this might have been it. On November 7th, 1988, Joe Biden praised his fellow Dixiecrat, John Stennis. Stennis signed the Southern Manifesto. It opposed the Supreme Court's decision in Brown versus Board of Education. He also voted against the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and 68 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965.
Say, who voted against that?
I don't think he heard.
Kind of just shows the integrity of Joe Biden and where he actually is on topics. And I think that's the reason why history needs to be taught, and people need to understand what happened before so that they can understand what's happening now. And thinking that Biden is really for the the minority communities, and historically he has never been. So, but just because he was the vice president of a black guy, then all of a sudden he's
That's
he's
what
the
most people. Yeah, I was just gonna say that's where most people get the knowledge of him. I mean, that's the most I know of him. And
Hey, man, I was old enough to remember that racial jungle crack he made on TV. I remember it
you ain't
being
that
on the
old.
news and my parents watching it going, who is this guy? They didn't. I
I
remember
don't
my
remember
parents
that.
did not. I remember my parents did not like him.
Yeah. I mean, of course, I've seen things that surfaced up on the internet to see him actually speak those words, and so I mean that's how I know about it. But then
I think it's funny that
try.
me and my parents would agree, but it's completely different reasons.
Let me play this. Yeah, so that was a moment back when they were running for president and Kamala Harris was attacking him on the topic of busing, being that he was supportive of all of that. It's really ironic how things worked out and her ending up being his VP. You know, the way all of that happened was really, really weird, really
That's funny.
strange.
That's say, bro. I'm telling you, bro. There's things that's way more constructed than you want to believe or even can fathom, bro.
And you
Remember, she
couldn't.
checked enough boxes.
Yeah, that's the real reason why she's in there. It's because of those boxes that she checked. But today, you wouldn't hear her say anything bad about Biden. She's always defending him. You know, she's always, it's like it shows that these people
Well,
don't really have
remember,
no integrity.
immediately after the whole situation, she was asked about that. How can excuse me, one of the comments that she made was he is a racist and probable rapist. And she was
What?
asked, "Well, how can you cross that line? How can you go back over? How can you rebuild that bridge?"
Because
And
she,
she
but
literally
she was
says,
dirty enough.
"Well, that was
What?
just politics. We were debating,
Well, see, but
and we can treat
they
each other with respect and stuff." I'm like, how do you walk back from a statement like that?
they appreciated that because they knew that like she's as dirty as she needs to be. Like she
Right.
will dig low and do what needs to happen. Like that was actually applauded and appreciated by
Right.
those politics because you know you need to be that.
But
But
remember, that was in the middle of the Me Too movement going on, and she kept throwing out and probable, never not possible. She said probable rapist. I'm sorry,
It's
I don't want you in my second chair if you actually are going to think that and say that about me.
yeah, but like
it
Pat
wasn't
was saying,
his decision. It wasn't his
it's
decision.
it's that kind of stuff is applauded. And but my question is, what kind of integrity do you have? Do you really believe in anything that you say? If today you say this and tomorrow you say that, like you so strongly about this today, but you said the opposite yesterday. Like I don't know where you are on anything. I can't trust you on anything. I don't think that you have any integrity. I don't think you believe in none of that stuff that you're saying. I think that you're just saying whatever you need to say to,
Well, yeah, and they're very calculated. The thing about it is that all right, the DNC, just like the DNC approves him or decides that they're going to go with him as a nominee, they do the same thing. Like they choose his VP. He doesn't pick her. Like he's not picking her on his own. Like any of the nominees that you see that comes up that he he wants to get approved or whatever, he's not picking these people. That's coming through the DNC people that they approve. So that's something we got to remember. Like that's even with the RNC. Like Trump didn't choose Pence. Like he had to, for him to get the nomination, he had to accept somebody that they approved for vice president.
Yeah.
They needed someone so hardcore straight and white that it offset him completely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they needed to be so much of a fundamental Christian that they were afraid of killing 45 because if not, you would end up with a super Christian right wing guy in there. And if you actually listen to his campaign and stuff like that,
that dude is crazy.
Yeah.
But look, I don't think that was the reason. I think that it was because we have a strong evangelical voting block out there, and they were pleasing that block with Pence.
It's the strength to try to get enough support to get the votes, and he does have he had at least that strength. But even though that there's things like, especially like, I guess some people thought that his son being an ex-stripper or even potentially gay would have might look down on, but a lot of people didn't even see those things come out about him, by his family or whatever. But
check this out.
Either way, yeah.
It says an anti-propaganda car is traveling around the U.S. It says COVID idiots now turned Ukraine.
Huh?
He just locked up.
Hello?
Yeah, it's just you and me in here right now. He's locked up, and I didn't realize it.
Okay, my phone, my headset went out. If I move too much with my plug in, it'll, so I had to turn my headset back on.
Need to get you one of those little battery charger things. It's basically just a big battery, and you charge it too. And when you do something like this, you can just plug it into there as well, stick it in your pocket or on a table beside you, and still have all your range.
Yeah, no. I mean, I have a place where I can plug in and charge. Like I keep long chargers. I'm in a truck, so I mean, that's not really the issue. I think it's more so like the port on my headset is gotten a little loose, so it'll move a little bit, and the disconnection, the short disconnection, will turn it off. Period. So that's really what's happening with mine. Not sure if I really. I mean, eventually I wouldn't mind having that. What you're saying, just for the hell of it, but it's not necessary for me right now.
That's just for those times when you want a little more mobility, or not to have to worry about that extra. Where the other end of that extra cord is.
Yeah.
Say, I rather use one of those to charge in like the car. When I'm using my earpieces, I'll drop it in the seat, and I'll just use that to charge.
Yeah.
I got a hoopty. I can't use I can't use it to charge with.
Yeah. Your 9 volt. Oh, what? Not that's it 9 volt.
I don't know what it's called. I call it the cigarette lighter.
The 12 volt. I think it's a 12 volt. But either way, yeah, the cigarette charger.
My freaking internet completely just died right now. I guess it's a
sign. It's a sign from heaven.
Yeah, it's a sign we need to wrap it. Did y'all hear what I said?
That was my comment about them dropping off at the Kamala thing. I thought it was funny, but technically, if they didn't want to go, it was kidnapping. And if they did want to go there, it would be transporting illegals. So,
because that's what I was saying. I mean,
at least the guy driving was guilty of it.
I'm telling you.
Other than that, it's just a conspiracy.
You could call it human trafficking, all kinds of stuff. That's crazy.
No, I'm sticking with the basics. Like I said, if they wanted to go, it's transporting illegal aliens. And if they didn't want to go to that destination, then it would be kidnapping.
So either way, it's
like, hey, we're gonna take you to California. We're gonna take you to California. Ha ha, psych.
So either way, it's like a government official basically breaking the law, right?
Well, technically, the guy driving the truck did it.
Well, if his orders were from Abbott, then it's kind of like in the military, the guy who gave you the orders. I mean, they do like to hold the guy who pulled the trigger accountable, but
you have to prove an unconnected line of command with that.
Yeah, well, the story that I had posted about that was saying it was.
Well, I'm sure he bragged about it because he's a dumbass.
I don't like that guy, man. I really don't. I made a joke.
Who was that?
I liked him through the pandemic because he was trying to make better decisions. He really was, and then he went stupid.
Yeah, I mean, on a personal level, I could really give a shit less. But
I think he's using his power too much, like DeSantis is.
Well, yeah, but like I'm also looking at it from the point of view that maybe I wouldn't have to be this extreme if the other side was not being just as extreme. So I mean, I think both of them need to get their shit together and stop going back and forth, but
yeah, because
it's also pre-planned. It's a lot of these things that they're doing to each other is so that they can push the mark. Like,
dude,
now
people, it looks like a psychotic relationship. You go in, they're always screaming and yelling at each other. It's not really either one of them's fault, but it actually is both of their fault because they choose to stay in that kind of situation instead of trying to work for a resolution.
Yeah, it's
just like Roe versus Wade and
dysfunctional fucking family.
Like a toxic relationship.
It's definitely that. But I think, it's more, it's more controlled for them. Like it looks crazy to us, but it's for them. That's just a part of it. But Social Security, the different things that the Republicans are going against right now is the same thing that Biden was against years ago. and has been trying to take away for many years. So it's just like, because it's not popular on the left side, that's why they're kind of pushing it in a lot, making it where it's more of a right side issue, but it's still the same thing that he wants to see done anyway. So it's just like, how, what I'm saying? Like, he's on tape saying that he, like, 3-4 different times he's been trying to take Social Security away. But no, but now, he's, that's not something that he's really for. But he ain't writing no damn what you call it. He's not gonna do an executive order to keep it from happening. You know what I'm saying? So you really just gotta kind of look at it like, I mean, these people all freaking. To me, it looks more and more. They are working together. There's no really anything to think about anymore. Like it's pre-planned. It's plotted out.
Did y'all, but right before when the internet froze, I was trying to do this one about the anti-propaganda card. Did y'all hear that, or did it shut out before that, or what?
No, we didn't catch that. You froze up right at the beginning of that.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
That's right. Yeah.
Let me do that right quick, because it says an anti-propaganda car is traveling around the U.S. COVID idiots now turned Ukraine idiots. Where were you? It says, where have you been the last 20 years while the U.S. dropped 337,000 bombs on Syria, Yemen, Iraq, Somalia, Pakistan, and Afghanistan? And I was making the argument in the other show about why do we care so much about what's going on in Ukraine versus, anywhere else in the world, why specifically Ukraine, and if you ask yourself that question, then you can start getting to the bottom of what the hell is going on as far as how you're being programmed and manipulated. Because
I still remember part of the reason that turned me against 44 was he received the Nobel Peace Prize the same day he ordered airstrikes on like 5 or 7 different countries. I mean, that hit me like, what the that hurt my brain.
But one of the things that
if I was him, I would have respectfully had to turn it down because I was not successful.
Yeah, man. What peace did he bring? Like, what did he do to deserve that?
No, he continued it, but that's his cousin, that's his brother, that's his family. Like, he was trying to still help fulfill some of those things that was junior or even maybe senior had began, and he was trying to continue or finish the job, things that they wanted to see done, because not just on a personal level, but all of them are in cahoots on the international political stage, to where, like, whether you want to call them neoliberals or neocons, like, this is a part of the same group of people who want to control from the very top. And he fell right in. He was another pawn, or maybe not even a pawn. Like, I mean, he's, I think, still like very high on the pecking order as well.
We're having problems understanding you.
Yeah, you're breaking up pretty bad.
Okay. My bad. I don't. But I need you to send me that that meme or that you. I don't think I can get it where I need it.
The one that I just shared about the
COVID,
bombs.
the Ukraine, yeah. I need that in my life. I need to antagonize some people.
If you're gonna use it for bad purposes, I don't know if I want to share it with you.
It's for good. It might irritate the hell out of them, but it's for the good. It's for the greater good. I promise.
All right. I'm gonna see. I might have to do it through my phone, but I'm on the computer right now. Am I sharing this? Let's do this right quick, and then we're gonna get up out of here. It says Trump hosted Kyle Rittenhouse after he killed Black Lives Matter protester. Greg Abbott wants to pardon Daniel Perry, who murdered a Black Lives Matter protester. Ron DeSantis is fundraising for Daniel Penny, who killed a black man on a subway. It says this is the Republican Party.
Yeah. I mean,
it also went BLM, black man.
I don't know why they put the BLM in there, but
because Rittenhouse didn't kill just black people.
he didn't kill any black people.
Yes.
Yes, what?
I don't think that I don't
is
think
true.
I don't think that you know. I hate that they put the BLM in there, but they're saying this is the Republican Party. So and then
They
it's
had
like
they had to attach Kyle to this.
No,
Yeah.
there was the people that got killed were not black.
That's
No, I'm not
yes,
saying they
yeah.
were.
Yeah,
I'm
no one
saying
said-
BLM, black man.
Yeah.
They had to attach
Oh, well,
BLM
it's
to him.
dog whistle slash, you know, just
well
that connectivity, because of most people do have it, even black people have issues with the BLM organization, not the movement, but the black BLM movement, and just saying BLM is a trigger for lots of people.
Yeah, so I wish that they wouldn't have put that in there, but it's like they're supposed to be the party of law and order. So if people that commit crimes, then just pardon them. If you know, so then what is the point in having the law system where you hold people accountable for breaking the law?
Well,
and then you're the
PD
party of law and
PD is
order.
pretty much going to be a solid negligent homicide, because, like we're talking about, it doesn't matter motivations and stuff. The
result.
He is dead. Period. In a statement.
Yeah.
You know, the thing is, charge him with second, like it is, because you can't prove intent in this case. And that is a reasonable charge. Yes, it is a lesser charge, but it is still a murder charge. It's a reasonable call on this one. And, you know, it's pretty obvious just looking at the video that is what it is, no matter what, you know, spin people want to put on it on race or events even.
Yeah, but the point of this post is saying that Ron DeSantis is planning on pardoning that guy. So if he does go to jail,
DeSantis can't, because it happened in New York.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true.
He's just
It
raising
says
money for his
fundraising.
defense fund.
It says fundraising for Daniel Penny. That's what it said. Okay, yeah, I'm wrong. Yeah, so because that was the tweet that we played earlier was Ron DeSantis. So the point was for fundraising, not for pardoning. But you know what I'm saying is, you know, if the Republican Party saying that they're the party of law and order, but they're, you know, pardoning people who commit crimes, or they, you know, they try to get people off that commit crimes because it's, I don't know, politically beneficial to them. So, but how can they say that they're the party of law and order at the same time as doing that? That's what I'm saying.
It's perspective. I mean, if that's how the people see it, that's what it is. I mean, the truth that people see is going to be determined on just what they understand about. You know, they're not seeing it exactly how you see it, or Doc sees, I see it, or whatever. It's perspective.
Yeah, man. I've been needing to use the restroom for like an hour now.
Also, you don't have a catheter. I mean, you got that.
I know. I should get a jar and put it under the desk or something. I don't know. Anyways,
Gatorade bottles work.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have to wrap it.
Not from recent times. That's from old time gaming days.
Yeah.
Them 14-hour sessions where I don't get out, where you don't get out the couch. You just like meeting strange and cool and unusual people online and then killing them in horrible ways.
That's fun times. Fun times.
Well, you play a fighting game that's pretty gnarly, so
yeah,
you meet
yeah.
strange and unusual people online and then
I do.
kill them in horrible ways.
I do.
And enjoy it.
I do. I ain't gonna lie. I don't make it for 14 hours, but I'll be on there for a good amount of time.
Not anymore. Ain't nothing come out good enough in a long time to be able to keep me sitting for more than an hour or two.
Yeah. Well, shit, I be on there for more than a couple hours. I ain't gonna lie sometimes. Anyways, peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. I'm probably finna play the game right now. I ain't gonna lie. For an hour or so before I
gotta sleep. They want me to come in. They want me to come in early.
Yeah, I'm going to bed because I got to get up and try to do some more paperwork before I drive. So,
well, I don't have to be to work till 4, so I'm gonna sleep in the morning.
Yeah, I need to try to get these profit and loss statements completed, and so I can move on to different other business. But so I'm going to bed.
All right, man. Peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening.
Peace and love.
Y'all want to support the channel, send some money over here. You can do it through Cash App or Zelle, whatever makes you happy.
Hey, and if you can't do that, remember, like, subscribe, chat with us, comment on the posts, and comment on the reels.
Yes. All right. All right. Peace and love, y'all. I'm out.
Peace.
Out.